Yes, sir. Talk shit Tuesday. Hey, shout out to the Shark Tank. What's up, fam? Shout out to my main man, Self-Made Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Samurai Kennels, Williams of Yellow Dogs. What up, fam? Samurai, what up, fam? My man William Torres in the house. What up, fam? Fat Farm Right. Yo, what up, fam? My man Supreme Excellence in the house. What up, fam? Mr. David Morris in the Shark Tank tonight. What up, fam? Solo but connected Kennels in the house representing. What's up, fam? Yo, Frank representing New Mexico. What's up, fam? My man Rockets in the house. What up, man? My man Russell Shaw in the house. What up, fam? Appreciate everybody showing up tonight for Talk Shit Tuesday. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. Shout out to my man 6143 in the house. What's up, fam? My man Michael Forgoods in the house. What up, fam? Yo, AJ, what up, fam? My man K-Walks in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Benny. Yo, Benny. What up, fam? My man, Mr. James Griffin in the house. What up, fam? Yo, JT, I see you, fam. Yo, Styles. Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, JD. What up, fam? I see you. My man's in there. 260 boys in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to my peeps. Keep it. Hey, what up, fam? CD boy Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Appreciate everybody showing up for this Talk Shit Tuesday. Y'all know what's up. Y'all know what's up. Shout out to my man Dreadlock in the house. What up, fam? Buckshot in the house. What up, fam? Appreciate that, fellas. Y'all hit them like buttons. Appreciate that. Show the love. Special shout out to the Shark Tank. To the Shark Tank. What's up, fam? Shout out to my peeps. Girlie 1927 in the house. What's up, fam? All my bulldogs in the house, all the bulldog men in the house, all my dog men and dogettes, what's up? Again, appreciate everybody coming out on this Tuesday night to Talk Shit Tuesday. You know, we got my special guest tonight, my man, Richard Garcia, aka Schoolboy, is gonna be in the house today. You know, we had a couple people reaching out to us, wanted to get on them Sorrells dogs. You know, I don't know how many of y'all know about that man, Mr. BERT Sorrells, but you know, great man, great legendary dog, man. That's an R.I.P. to the great BERT Sorrells. I see my man in the house, Bulldog Jones, representing in the Shark Tank tonight. What up, fam? My man can't stop Curry in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to all the viewers out there. Don't forget to hit the like button. And if you haven't already subscribed, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Appreciate having everybody out here for this Talk Shit Tuesday. Asiatic soldiers in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. William McNeil in the Shark Tank tonight. What up, fam? Shout out to my man, Lloyd Taylor in the house. What up, fam? Stopping by the Shark Tank tonight, my man, Mr. Richard Garcia, a.k.a. Schoolboy's in the house. Now, don't y'all find that a pleasure, man? He drops by, he stops in the chat and holler at y'all, knowing he fixing to come on. That's what you call representing. Big shout out to my man, Richard Garcia, a.k.a. Schoolboy's in the hills. What up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. Prentice Cars in the house. What up, fam? My man's in there, Mayhem Kennels representing Arkansas, Louisiana, Combine Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Again, appreciate everybody for showing up tonight for Talk Shit Tuesday. Y'all don't forget to use that super chat. Don't forget to use them super stickers. Don't forget to show some love to the guests coming in tonight, because we're going to be talking about some damn bulldogs. We're going to be talking about some damn bulldogs on a Tuesday night. What's up? Sugar Bear, what up, fam? My man Ben Brockton stepping in, kicking the door down with a super chat with the 5-piece. He said, this buzz for you, LOL, what up, fam? Appreciate the love, Ben. Yo, my man! Big Bro in the house, walking down Ram, Big Steppers in the house. What up, fam? I see all them sharks up in here. I see everybody trying to hit them like buttons. We just got a couple of, they got to keep up on their game, but the Shark Tank as a whole coming in, hitting them damn like buttons. Let me tell you something, man. I'm proud of y'all. I'm proud of y'all. Keep doing what you're doing, showing that love, fam. My man, Mr. Paris Brown's in the house. What up, fam? To all the viewers that's out there, sitting back, chilling, get your brew on, kick that chair back and get ready to enjoy yourself, because we got one hell of a show tonight. We got my man is the legendary Richard Garcia, aka Schoolboy's in the house, finna come and shoot some of that love with the twins. Hell of a show, fellas. We're going to be talking about some Sorrells dogs and Mr. BERT Sorrells. I know we've been getting a lot of requests to talk about it. I'm surprised, really surprised that we haven't talked about it already. You know what I'm saying? You know, he done made his round, actually one of the best. You know, man, I put that in high regards when I say one of the best. Well known, not just known as a breeder, but as a conditioner and one hell of a damn match dog, man. You feel what I'm saying? If you don't know by the time the night over, you will know. So I need everybody to represent tonight. He's got questions. I'm gonna have Schoolboy up in here. I believe Schoolboy been on the man's yard. He kind of knew him already in his career. We're going to talk about that, but I need y'all to show some love tonight for all my guests. Like I always say, y'all always do, show up, show out. That's what we do over here in the Shark Tank. That's just what we do. You know what I'm saying? Big shout out to my man, Twan Murder's in the house. What up, fam? My man, Kennels representing in the tank tonight. What up, fam? My man, Mr. James Jones in the house. What up, fam? My man, King Yosh in the house. What up, fam? Yes, sir. That's right, y'all. It's Talk Shit Tuesday. Yeah, y'all know what time it is. It's that boogeyman time. Yes, sir. Shout out to my man, R.I.P 23 in the Shark Tank. Appreciate the love. What up? Bam! Zachariah, you know I'm riding with my homeboy, them goddamn lectures, man. You know what's going down, fam. Shout out to my mans in them. Wild Mongoose Kennels in the house tonight. What's up, fam? Yo, C. Rich. What's up? What the hell is up on this Talk Shit Tuesday? What's up, fam? Look, appreciate everybody showing up tonight. Appreciate everybody showing up tonight on this Talk Shit Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? You know, when you step out on a Tuesday night to talk dogs, knowing I'm up in here, my Lakers and my Nuggets game on. Whew. Can't wait to Mo get on so I can get out there and see what's going down, because, you know, I'm going to represent my boy and them, you know what I'm saying? They got to get out this West thing because they got a hell of an opponent tonight, you know what I'm saying? That's the #1 seed in the West, baby. You know, it ain't no big deal we knocked off Golden State. That wasn't no big deal. It's dealing with this Joker dude, just, you know, the big Joker. He the man. But appreciate everybody for showing up and everything. You know, before I want to get started here, my man Gullery Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Appreciate y'all, everybody, for showing up. My man High Key Lee in the house. What up, fam? Now, before I get started tonight, y'all know we got Schoolboy coming on the show tonight. You know, Schoolboy is very familiar with BERT, you know. And again, if you haven't got your book, this book right here, this is Schoolboy's new book. Lot of good information in here. And look, it's a hard copy. And you know, as always, we get our shit. Let me see if I can see that. You know, we get our shit signed. You know what I'm saying? But look, fellas, I mean, I don't know how about y'all, but if you're going to be in this game, you know, you want to always try to get as much memorabilia as you possibly can. You know, back in the day when we was getting the Stratton books and a whole lot of the Velvet and Steel, a lot of them books, you know, we used to just get them just to have them and to see the value in those books. You know, nowadays, where you can't, you know, they're not being published anymore, you know, and you know, prices out of the whack. But here's an opportunity to start your own collection. You know, very colorful book with some great dogs in it, fellas. Bunch of stories, you know, a lot of stories. You know, I try to keep the books around because, you know, actually, I don't just get the books and just collect them. I actually sit down in here and I read these books. You know what I'm saying? And it just does not make sense that everybody don't have a chance to get one of these in your collection. Small investment, but a big help, full of knowledge from one of the legendary ones. You know what I'm saying? See, he's sitting down writing books, giving y'all information. He's putting it out there. Me, I don't see how he got the time, but he does. So we got to take advantage of those things. And then again, we have to always represent, you know, got to represent each other, you know, take advantage of these situations. We're going to be definitely up in this book because he definitely has, he done an interview. You know, he's actually knew BERT personally, had conversations with him. That's why I wanted him on the show tonight, because we had a couple requests a couple times about, you know, when we're going to talk about the Sorrells dog. So we say this for, you know, for Schoolboy, because you're going to hear it come right out the horse's mouth. You know, R.I.P. to Mr. Sorrells. But here we got the legendary Schoolboy right here. Story is right in here. But we're just going to actually hear it come out of his mouth and give the insight. Some things that the book don't cover, and a lot of things the book does cover, we're going to be speaking on. So it's a big pleasure to have everybody out tonight. Again, y'all have to bear with us on the poll. Mo wanted to get a poll a little, you know, let's back off the poll for a minute. Actually trying to come up with some other stuff, you know, only time we do a poll is try to get a temperature check on something, you know, so trying to get a couple more shows ahead and see how everybody responds and see some of the questions and see some of the things that people talk about. That's why it's always good to, you know, come in with, you know, we got a comment section. People very rarely use the comment section. I mean, I know you guys love the show. I mean, we're getting plenty of views out there. The likes and all that other good stuff. But then comments help because it gives us an idea or where people might need some help, or where people might have a little bit of confusion, and it helps us do our research and come back and get a temperature check on how other people might feel based on a certain something we've seen or something we read, and then we can address it. And we just don't address it by just addressing it. We actually do our research so we can, be informative in the process of addressing things. So don't forget to keep, get out there and hit some of them comment buttons, man, and ask your questions. Or, you guys have the email. If you don't have the email, it's goinghardreloaded@gmail.com. That's goinghardreloaded@gmail.com. Other thing is, as y'all notice, it runs across the bottom of the screen. We have our Cash App information for all those who don't want to just do the super sticker and just want to go a different way. That's what the Cash App is for. Again, we always try to bring attention to everything that we're trying to do as we move forward. Like, we're trying to get together with the meet and greet. We're still trying to get our merchandising situation together again. Even though it's together, it's just trying to find the right way to get it out to you guys. Because again, I'm not trying to go through like certain stores or stuff like that. It's trying to basically create a whole new website for nothing but going hard reloaded merchandise. So as y'all bear with us, we're just going to be putting that part together. But then again, that's why I say for everything that you guys donate to the channel, it's always going to be appreciated, simply because we try to put everything back into what we're trying to do, because we're really trying to work up on this meet and greet. Because again, that's something big for us. That's something we got on our bucket list that we really, really, really are working forward to doing all we can to make that happen. Now, my boy, just give y'all a quick insight. My boy Mo, he had a little setback. He's gonna be here tonight, but he had a little, what I call a little setback. Anytime, when you're dealing with medical issues and things just happen, he wouldn't even be able to tell that he done went through one of them trauma situations again. I think my boy damn near lost half the blood in his body. Just came out of nowhere. I mean, Lord Jesus, it was almost like, dang, man, what in the world? I thought I was going to lose him that day. Started a Sunday night, and he spent the night in the hospital last night, and he back out like Mo usually do. Man, I got to be out before the time of the show. I got to be out. So I had to go pick him up from the hospital. That's why we was running a little late, because he just had to get here. So, again, big ups to Mo for still being that Bulldog, still scratching, keep doing what he's doing. Love him to death, man. I'm telling you, man, that's what you want in the corner, man. When you can pull back there, things a little hard, and just all I got to do is face him. And he's on and popping. So, again, that's a big shout out to him. He's the one that reached out to me this morning. And he reached out to Schoolboy and told him what he wanted to do. And Schoolboy, as usual, big bro, definitely came through. And just wanted y'all to know that we still going through our issues, and he still have his issues. But I just want y'all to understand that, hey, regardless of whatever the situation is, my man still step up to the plate and still be trying to do what he got to do. And I just want y'all to show the love and, appreciation, because, again, he could always just sit back and be like, Mike, I'm going to chill out and don't feel too good. But no, he be up and eager and just be ready to get at it. With all the enthusiasm in the world. After Friday's show, I think he got a little pumped up, and just overdid it, Saturday and Sunday, trying to enjoy the Mother's Day holiday. Out there eating that barbecue and stuff they really didn't have no business eating, and it caught up with him Sunday, and before he knew it, he was internal bleeding and carrying on. So he's back. They got him back. He's out. He was supposed to spend at least one more night in there, but he just wouldn't do it. So big shout out for little bruh for stepping up to the plate. And another big shout out for y'all for showing up. So let me get him started in here. Y'all hang on one quick second. Let me grab him right quick. Let me come in. And again, Appreciate the love. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. If you hadn't already hit them like buttons, don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't subscribed already. Hold on. My man Live Life in the house. What up, fam? Here he comes, you guys. Let me see. My man Jerry Kendall. What up, fam? Eli Zachariah. What's up, fam? Welcome to the show, fam. Appreciate you showing up, man. Eli, appreciate you showing up, fam. Let's do this right quick. Turn this down. Oh, turn this down. Let me see here. Take care of this man right here. Eli. Eli, appreciate you coming back, man. Pick up that hardware, friend. My man Viking Family LG Schools in the house. What up, fam? Let me see here. My man M1. Yo, what up, fam? You always got something. You just always. What's up, y'all? Get. Come on. Get up. Get. What's up, everybody? Sorry about that. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody enjoying y'all Tuesday night. Talk shit Tuesday. I'm coming in talking shit. I made it. That's talking shit. I made it. That's what I'm talking about. You telling me to speak up now? Oh no. That's good. How y'all been doing, man? Hope everybody been doing all right. You know? Shout out to all the people out there from last week's show. You know, I enjoyed last week's show too. You know, they had we doubled up with two good dog men on the show. You know, with me on there, that was pretty entertaining. But I see they took the red devil stuff and they ran with it. I've seen other people starting to talk about it, but that's good because, that's good. That information gets around so y'all can really take a good look at it. If you really take a closer look, you'd be like, damn, all you got to do is follow the science. Remember, they try to convict us on the science all the time, so we got to follow the science. Follow the science. Science says, hey, you might have something there. Dig in a little closer. Hey, one thing for damn sure, it was working, so hey, can't complain. If it was working, regardless, it's all about what's working. If it wasn't working, we wouldn't even be talking about it, would we? So it's definitely something worthy to talk about. What's up, man? Okay, you was looking all funny like you ready to say something. Okay. Yep. Other than that, somebody said something last week about the Sorrells, the Sorrells dogs, where everybody wanted to dab in and take a look. Now, we're going to have Schoolboy on, but before we get Schoolboy on here, I'm going to have to do this for y'all. Well, Mike didn't already did this for y'all, so I ain't got to do it as much. But I'm gonna do it just to put my face all up in there by it, so y'all just remember that. You know, Twin was holding it too. You know what I'm saying, with my Akron thing on there. Make sure y'all see that's a good look. And just still shot that. Okay, it's good. I'm just making sure everybody got that picture with me. It's the book. You know, make sure we got that out the way. Legendary for sure. He's going to be stopping through there, helping us out with that. And that's going to be real interesting because, you know, I can't do it better than the teacher right now. I know Mike told y'all about my little run-in with my health issues. So, you know, that's just like the man that had no other dog in the corner. You know what I'm saying? He just telling all the people around, the spectators, what's going on. I'm like the dog. You know, just throw a little water in there and give me a little sip of that little, cool me off and just turn me back around. Let me get back to doing what I do. So that's why I'm here. I'm glad I'm here. Thank God I'm here. And I get a chance to hear Schoolboy talk about this good stuff. Is he? Hi, Schoolboy. Hey, here we go. There you go. But other than that, before we get started, anybody have any questions they need to throw up in there?
How you doing, sir? How you doing,
sir?
Sir?
This would be the time so we can. I don't want to miss nobody.
Yes, sir. I'm doing pretty good, sir. I'm just getting things set up here. Just want to get you on the line as we get ready to move forward here. You get you plugged in right quick here.
Okay. Well, the Sorrells, they have some all kind of dogs, man. Them champions on top of them. That's Sorrells line. How you doing, Schoolboy? This Twin too. What's up, big bro? Can you hear me?
How you doing, my brother?
Okay.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm doing good. Sending prayers your way, brother.
Hey, thank you. Thank you. Okay, make sure he's loud enough. Can anybody put the thumbs up if he sounds loud and clear? I want to make sure y'all don't miss nothing. So if the sound is correct, give me a thumbs up. Let us know it's all right out there.
Hey, Schoolboy, before we get started, man, tell them, give them a little feeling on your book, man. Yeah, as you know, we tried to represent for you and everything. You know, I've been through the book. Good reading. You want to throw anything else in there for them?
Yeah, I appreciate that. And thanks for the shout out for the book and everything. Yeah, anybody interested, just get a hold of me on Facebook Messenger or my email, Richard J. Schoolboy60 at gmail.com or on Instagram. You know, they can contact me there. Yeah, it's you know, the information goes back decades, you know, and one thing I did without even realizing it, you know, I had a thought of doing a picture book way back in the day. I never did. T.L. Williams did a bunch of them, but I never thought I'd start writing books. And then I got the idea to do that, and I had all this information, man, collected over the years, you know, personal conversations with people, visiting them, different dogmen. And my books are kind of, you know, I started at the beginning, you know, when I started out, and then it moves through my career, through history, and then I also involve other dog guys too. Some are known, well known, some not so well known, but I think they deserve recognition, you know. And I'm just going to keep writing. You know, I'm going to do a picture book next, and another one similar to this one after that. Got a novel coming out, a book on breeding. Just I'm going to write till I can't write no more, you know.
I sure wish I could be as good as you about the writing. I mean,
oh, you will.
You got all.
You will. You know, one thing I've said this before. One thing, and I learned this from Stephen King. You know, the horror writer. You know, And he said basically, when you're gonna write, just write. Just write whatever comes in your head. You can fix it up later. You can edit it later. You can put it in order later. But just write, because you get stuck sometimes writing, you know, or you don't think it's good enough. So I write like if we're sitting around talking, so that anybody can understand it. They're part of the conversation. When I write about the shows in the past or talking with dogmen in the past, I'd like to think, you know, that I feel like people are sitting there with me, you know, or they're at the show watching it, you know, that. So, you know, I'm not a writer, but I write books. Put it that way.
Right, right. Good books too. I enjoy them.
Thank you.
This last one had pretty pictures in it, though. I mean, all the great old ones.
I try. Yeah, I try and you know, I looked at them like, you know, they should last a long time. So I do glossy paper, you know, glossy pictures, good paper, hardcover, you know, like that. I want them to last, and you know, try and put as much as I can. And the other thing is, you know, you're gonna make mistakes no matter what. And we edited this book, I don't know, between me, my daughter-in-law, probably 5, 6 times. There's still mistakes, you know, and that's with any book, even the top, you know, publishing houses, the same thing. But you know, human error is part of it too. So, you know, it's you just have to accept it, you know. And like you mentioned earlier, you know, people, you know, you should collect as much as you can, if nothing else, for history's sake and for, you know, just to have the stuff. Because, you know, like a lot of these books, they're out of print, they're hard to get, and some you can't get, and the ones you can, they're very expensive, you know. Yeah, like Frank Roca, he won't write his first book or second book, or I know that at least the first one, he won't make any more copies. That was the deal he made to himself and everybody else. There's only so many copies, and he's sticking to his word. So if you have his first book, you got it. There's not going to be any more, you know, until maybe if he passes away, maybe his daughter will do it or something. That was the promise he made to everybody, you know.
Yeah. And I had it too. They got me when they took all my books.
Yeah.
I had my collection. That was a nice book too.
Yeah, yeah. He, you know, he's educated, you know, a lot more than me. So he, you know, as far as punctuation and all that stuff, he knows that a lot better than me. But, you know, he's got a lot of information, a lot of experience too, you know. A lot of the dogs, you know, you guys been talking about, like Zebo and Art, all them. He saw them dogs. He bred to some of them dogs. Even the Sorrells stuff, you know. He bred the Champion Red Eagle, you know. And that was a time long past, but you know, the dogs are popular for a reason too. A lot of people have them, a lot of people wanted them back in the day, you know. I'll go into a little bit of that when we talk about Sorrells too, you know. Some of the people he competed against, you know, his breedings, who he went against. People are going to trip a little bit, you know, because it's some of that information. The information's out there, but some of it's hard to get, you know.
Right. Well, that's right. That's why I wanted you to do this show, because somebody asked me about it, and I knew there's about one person who is going to be able to give these people the show that they're used to getting. And I know I had to call you because it's in your book.
Yeah.
It's in this book.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Yeah.
And what was in this book was so interesting that I had to bring him on. That's why I keep playing this book.
Yeah, you can do that with anybody, even, you know, whether you have me on the show or not. You can take excerpts from the book. You can talk about different people. I heard you mention Mexican Dan. He visited me this weekend. He came by and visited. We had a good talk, man. I haven't seen him in a while.
Yes,
he's still kicking. He's 71. He had some of that old blood, that old Bolio Corvino Eli stuff way back before Bolio got stolen, you know.
Right.
I think the first, I mentioned that Rowdy dog that Danny had. I saw him beat Steve Hendricks, I think it was. That was, man, that had to be late 70s or real early 80s, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And Steve Hendricks, the one with the white dogs, he's in the book too.
Mm-hmm.
But that blood, I don't think it's around. There's a little bit. If you go way back in Mayday's pedigree, you'll see the dogs that I'm mentioning there. You know,
Mm-hmm.
You'll see the Oleo Corvino, Eli crops. The Corvino came through Altier's Tim, and then Indian Sandy had Corvino dogs too, similar to what Sorrells had. You know, the Crazy Mary stuff,
Right.
Goldie stuff. Yeah.
I know Mexican Dan, he was a pretty busy dog man.
Yeah.
And he was
He told
hard
me
to
one
beat.
time yeah, oh yeah, yeah. He told me one time that he thinks he was the first guy to actually travel with the dog on a plane, you know, when he went back east. I think it was Little Girl or Aunt Jane, one of them, little female. I think he beat Barentine with her, or Bearfield.
Mm-hmm.
I forget. He got best in show with her way back in the day. And yeah, he was real active. I met him, I think, right around that time that Rowdy beat Hendricks' dog. I forget Hendricks' dog's name, but that was way back in the day. And he even used a dog named Sox Jr. It was Sox or Sox Jr. That dog was about 7 years old. He was a 4-time winner. And he was an old dog. He looked old, but he had a lot of experience and smarts and all that. He won. And I could tell by looking at him, man, there's a lot more dog there when he was younger. You know, he was over 7 years old, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But he still won. And, you know, Danny had a good conditioning program, a lot of experience. He knew how to handle, you know.
Yeah.
He was one of them smooth type, you know. Smooth. That's the way Sorrells was too. They're smooth when they handle, not jerky, not, you know, all excited, no jumping around, you know, and like that. Just calm, collected, paying attention, you know. Like that.
That kind of collective destruction.
Calm and collected, yeah. First time I met Sorrells, we did a trip. It was Bobby Smith, you know, Smith and Walton, T.O. Williams, Dunleavy went with us. We went from California all the way to Louisiana. And it was a convention in Louisiana. Had champion, what was his name? He was off of Hammond's Rufus and a Bully Son bred female, Brutus, champion Brutus. Then it had a champion Freebie. I forget how Freebie was bred. And then the little dog named Buck. He was the son of Tonka. And we didn't see the show because it got raided. We got word that you know, everybody was coming. And so we got out of there, you know. And we didn't know what the deal was, but we were leaving. This was in Vivian, Louisiana. They had a lot of shows there at the Curry Brothers place. And we were leaving, so we stopped by this restaurant to, you know, eat, get some hamburgers and all that, you know. So we're sitting there, all of a sudden, about 9 cars pull up. FBI, state police, local police, state troopers, you know. And they come in and they're talking about, you know, yeah, we got there and the pit was taken down. We got there and nobody was there and this and that. I don't know what happened, but we didn't say nothing, man. We just ate our food and left. You know? So Sam gave us a head up, and I'm glad he did, man. But during that trip, you know, we went to, let's see, who did we go see? We visited Gary Hammonds. We visited Don Mayfield, Bert Sorrells, different guys along the way, you know. And that's when I first met Sorrells. That was in '83. And, you know, he was a rough guy, man. Small but tough, you know. Hard on his dogs, you know, gameness first. His dogs had a lot of ability. They were smart, good all-around fighters, you know. Rough, but not dumb, you know. And he had that signature ear crop. He would cut all his dogs' ears short.
Didn't he though? Didn't he though?
Yeah. Yeah. And when I say cut, he just cut them. He took a buck knife and just cut them. So some of them weren't even. They were off. He just, when they were real tiny pups. And I think he would do that. If he bought a grown dog, he'd do the same thing, man. He cropped their ears, you know. That Shorty, the preacher, he had that ear crop, and he was grown when he got him. STP, you'll see him in there. And he cut his ears too. He got So Boy's Bronco, I think it was, off of Finley's bow.
Mm-hmm.
Champion Bronco. Yeah, he was a 3-time winner, 3 best in shows. You know, he had Sorrells Bull and had Roadblock. When I was visiting him, he didn't. I don't think Shoshone was there, but Roadblock was there. Miss Boomerang was there. STP was there. A lot of different dogs, man. I had pictures of them, but I lost all them pictures. But a lot of solid dogs that you read about, you know.
Yeah, I
Good looking dogs.
Mm-hmm. I got one picture up here with Crazy Dugan, champion Crazy Dugan.
Oh yeah, that he was a good dog. He got, if I remember correctly,
Best in show over Stinson's Cannonball.
Yep, Cannon. Yep, Cannon was by Long's John, and I think it was the daughter of Eli Jr.
Mm-hmm.
And Bert told us at the time, you know, that was a convention in Texas, you know. And like we always talk about, you know, back in the day, you just put your weight out.
Right.
So whoever gets you. Whoever you go into, you go into. And Sorrell said, you know, I could have been fighting Art. Could have fought. It could have been Dolomite, or could have been whatever dog. So he drew the straw with Cannon, and that was Stinson and Glover, I think, going in too.
Mm-hmm.
And he got best in show. He was getting. He told me he was getting whooped for a while, man. That Cannon was rough, you know.
Right.
His legs are all chewed up. I think that picture is taken right afterwards, you know. You can see he's all swollen on his front legs and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
And he said he was rough, but his dog just toughed it out. You know, Stinson and Glover were running hot at the time. You know, they won with Champion Tuffy, Champion Dolomite.
Oh, they was on a run.
Grand Champion, Grand Champion Art, of course, you know. Samson, they had a dog named Samson.
Yeah. Samson.
Who lost a butcher boy.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. So they were doing it. They matched. They lost to the Cajun boys twice in a row with Champion Tuffy and Oso Negro. Oso Negro was Champion Rascal, Crenshaw's Champion Rascal brother.
Yeah.
But you know, and them guys used to go everywhere, north, south, east, and west. You know. But Goober pulled that one out. He also used a dog. What was that dog's name? Crazy Goober, I think. Yeah. Crazy Goober or Goober, who actually, he belonged to a guy out here, Bishop Hilliard. You'll see him as Hilliard's Goober sometime. And Jimmy Lewis was using a dog named Carver, you know, named after Carver, who was by Zebo and Carver's Big Mama. And, you know, Goober won, again, a lot of heart, a lot of style, you know. But Carver kind of got pissed off because he said, you lost with my namesake, you know. And, but then he said, but I got some more dogs if you want to buy something. I got more dogs for sale here. You know. That's kind of an interesting cross. Zebo to Carver's Big Mama, you know. You know, that's another thing, you know, people, you know, you've seen it, you heard it, you know, Zebo wasn't that good of a producer. He produced a lot of dogs. A lot of them you don't even hear about. You know, you would never think that Carver rented him, but he did. And that's where that dog Carver came from.
Y'all got in here, Champion Goober.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's the one.
Up for Red Jerry and Shoya.
There you go.
They didn't have a bottom.
Red Jerry was one of his. Yeah, Red Jerry was one of his, like, if you want to say foundation dogs, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Red Jerry, Crazy Mary, and Sorrells Bull, you know. Sorrells bull was double bred Zeke. He's father daughter off of Zeke. Zeke is Bolio's sire also. So that stuff worked together, you know. Sorrells and Bolio stuff, you know. And you know, it's kind of like what's hot at the time, what's working. So the Zeke Black Widow stuff was real popular. If you were in it, you wanted some of it, you know. And a lot of people got it. From California to New Mexico, northern Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, you know.
They was crossing that Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Hey, well, I got.
Yeah.
Hold on one second. I had to fix that mic. That mic check. You reiterate. Let me get this. Shout out to my man Frederick Hadsbod. He says, appreciate on the 2-piece. He said, Grand Champion Ajax was a Sorrells cross. And a big shout out to my man Rasta Man Boom. What up, fam? Thanks for the 2-piece, Frederick.
Mr. Boom. I like to call him Mr. Boom.
That's big.
Yeah, he's good people. Now
okay.
He's what's the cross? Do you know what the Sorrells cross is?
He didn't say what the cross was, but big shout out to my.
I'll look it up right quick.
Big shout out to my man Solo, but connected Kennels with the 5-piece. He says shout out to the twins and Schoolboy. Appreciate the love, Solo. Hey, Schoolboy, while Mo was doing that, you had I noticed in your book, and this, how, Mr. Sorrells was, as far as his record, as not just a great conditioner, but man, he had a hell of a box career, didn't he?
Yep. And that comes from, you know, the dogs I knew of, talking to other people that were closer than him, you know, and that's the conjecture, you know, that's the about what the people that knew agreed upon. Probably had over 100 wins. And T.L. Williams is the one who told me, Richard, I don't remember him losing 10 times. And he knew him a lot better than I did because they lived in the same area, you know. They did a lot of stuff together. In fact, Sorrells lost to Williams with a dog named Bo. Terry was using his Champion Willie dog. kind of a OFRN show dog type, all white dog named Willie, and he beat Sorrells in 1 hour 6 minutes. And I don't know what dog Sorrells was using, because he would tell you one thing one time, another thing another time. You never kind of knew, But that was common among them old guys, They didn't really tell you their peds, But
I got the
yeah,
bottom.
he had a.
Oh, go ahead, big bro. I was just saying, I got the pedigree on Ajax up on the screen now.
Okay.
Okay, and he was bottom side. He definitely was the Blancs, Alphonse, and Nexius, which goes back to Sorrells Eliminator, Sorrells Bandit, Sorrells Rising to Mims Elsie. The top side was Snooty though.
Okay.
You have Snooty the Mims Cookie, Snooty the Mims Cookie.
Right.
Brother sister breed, and Brand came up with that Mims Meg and bred that to that super cross of Mims crossed with that Sorrells.
Yeah, there's some commonality back there, If Mims was using the Snooty cross or whatever.
Yeah, I'm dipping in a little deeper. I'm taking them a little deeper, okay? So I'm back there around Nixie, and it takes it all the way back to Sorrells, totally.
Right. So if you take Snooty, which is, similar to Butcher Boy, Butcher Boy and Zeke, which is Bull Sire and Boleo Sire, it's a lot of that is that old Ed Crenshaw stuff, So the breeders that's the thing about it. You could take, different strains of the same stuff, put it together. It's not too tight. You still can have performance. And, you may go back a few generations to see where they're related, but they're related,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was checking that out on the bottom side, It's basically all Sorrells back there. The Mim stuff was going back to Sorrells with a little Eli on the out. Some midnight stuff.
Right.
But yeah, it was mainly Sorrells.
There you go. Well, see, you have the Eli in there, you got the Dibo,
Yeah.
There's an interesting story if you want to hear about it, how he got Crazy Mary.
Oh, it's just your show, bro. I'm ready to hear it. Hey, yes, sir.
I've talked about it before, but and sometimes I get it mixed up with Crazy Mary or Goldie. They're both Corvino bitches, but I'm pretty sure it was Crazy Mary. And what happened is they were at Larry McCaw was at a show with Barney, right? And they got raided. So Barney got confiscated, and they put him in the pound, right? He's sitting there. So Sorrells wanted Crazy Mary. He said, hey, if I get Barney back for you, can I have that bitch? Yeah. So the deal was made. So Sorrells actually, him and McCaw's son went and broke Barney out and got him back for Larry McCaw, and that's how he got Crazy Mary. But also, the show was in like a neighborhood, it was in town. So when they got busted, McCaw takes off, walking down the street. And as he's walking, he sees the cop cars going by, back and forth, this and that. So he sees a rocking chair on somebody's porch. So he goes and sits in the rocking chair like he lives there, But the cops were familiar with the neighborhood. He looked out of place. So they approach him, and at ID, that. So they figure he don't live there, So they're going to take him to jail. They put him in the back of the cop car. Well, as they're on their way to jail, McCaw has a heart attack, right? So they got to take him to the hospital before he goes to jail. So he's in the hospital and, going through it and all that. And, he's unconscious. When he wakes up, he realizes where he's at. He pulls all his IVs out, puts his clothes on, and walks out of the hospital, man. Got out of it, So that's how he didn't get busted, and that's how Barney got returned to him, and that's how Sorrells got Crazy Mary.
I'm gonna get some of these super chats and super stickers out here. My man Zachariah23 with the 2-piece. He said, salute y'all, be blessed, and S2W always. Appreciate that, Zachariah23 for the 2-piece. Big shout out to my man Barry Taylor with the 9-piece on the super chat. Appreciate the love, fam. And my man, longtime supporter, Mr. Dickie Foster, stepping in with the 5-piece. He said, GH.CH, Mr. Garcia in the chat. Salute!
Salute, baby.
Salute. Salute.
I got Mary Crazy Mary's pedigree up here too. Cavino bitch, right?
Yep.
Yep, I got her up here.
Hey,
What's she out of? Remind me.
Cavino's Teddy, a one-time winner, and Indians Old Goldie. Coming up with Sinbad the Sailor, Cavino's Beauty 2.
Now he
Yep.
Mr. Sorrell, he had a liking for those Corvino dogs, didn't
he? Yeah, he did. Well, a lot of them people did because, you know, for one thing, some of the Corvino dogs came out in Pete Sparks magazine, you know, and they were known for their gameness, you know. Tudor Spike beat a Corvino dog. I forget who conditioned and handled him, and that dog never made a peep. Went the longest with Spike of any other dog, and just known for their heart, you know. And a lot of people wanted it, not just the people in Chicago area or the, you know, Midwest, but on the West Coast. Indian Sonny had it, you know. Mexican Dan, Daryl Hook, you know, Dr. Hook they called him. Sorrells had it, Patrick had it. You know, it was just, you know, people thought about gameness more so in the past than maybe they did later on, you know. But that doesn't mean that them dogs were just game. And Sorrells dogs, you know, they look good enough where they won a lot of confirmation shows.
Right.
And they were smart enough to deal with any kind of style, and they were rough enough where they could put you out too, you know. And them dogs back then, they were just, I would say they were more durable back then, you know. The meds weren't as good, the aftercare wasn't as good, but a lot of them dogs survived, you know. And it's just constitution, breeding, you know. Sorrells only used what he considered the best, you know. And he was hard on his dogs, and just, you know, he had a knack for breeding, you know. He put good dogs together with good dogs and got good dogs. And I put a list in there. There's another mistake in that list. I put Sorrells, Pistol Pete. That was Rick Sorrells. That wasn't Bert Sorrells. I don't know how I got that in there. But Rick Sorrells lived in Arizona too, and they weren't related. And Rick Sorrells had mostly boomerang dogs. But if you look at that list, there's a bunch of them. There's Champion Crazy Jackson, Champion Sailor, Champion Raisin, Joe Testament, you know, Uncle Bud, Blue Monday. I mean, it goes on.
It's a list. It's definitely. I got pages of it. I was on the Sorrells pair sheet, right, and it's just full of them. You know, this
bunch of them, man.
I mean, I got
and that's not a complete list. You know, those were the ones I remembered, the ones I had in my notes. Some of the Sorrells dogs I seen, and you know, on his yard, and do other things. You know, I even saw Sorrells bred dogs that other people had, and they pretty much had the same, you know, traits. You know,
they were line bred, very smart too. Though they was, you know, I was checking out Crazy Mary being bred to different dogs, and you know, like the Stu Fowler stuff. You got Crazy Mary down in there, and then you got it on the bottom side. I seen it with the what's his name, Jerry. It was Jerry.
Yeah, Red Jerry.
Yep, Red Jerry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me go back to where I was, because there was two of them, a couple of them here, man, that I was looking at. That they had that stuff, and I was actually running around here in Crazy Mary's pedigree, and they got Wilson's Old Goldie, right? Old Goldie was Crazy Mary's mama.
There you go.
You see
That's
what I'm
that
saying?
Corvino stuff again.
Right.
Old Goldie. Yeah.
Yep.
That was
Goldie
a
bred
popular
the,
name at the time, you know.
yep. Goldie bred the Corvino's Terry. Okay, that
There you
produced
go.
Crazy Mary, which, you know, they bred her to Jack and came up with Crazy Mary too. But the interesting was Red Jerry, the all whim, he's also off of Goldie.
There you go.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Bred to Stu Fowler. Yep. Now that's Goldie bred to Stu Fowler. And see that I find that on top and bottom. That's on the top and the bottom of Crazy Mary 3. Yeah, she's off Red Jerry. Crazy Mary 3 is off of Red Jerry, who's off of Goldie bred to Stu Fowler. And then the bottom is Crazy Blondie, who's off of Red Jerry, you know, being bred to Crazy Mary 2.
Right. So pretty tight on that Corvino stuff, you know.
Right.
And has cross in there, you know.
It's still a formula.
That's another.
It's a formula.
Yeah.
There's definitely a formula there.
Exactly. Exactly. It's a way, you know, and I just did a video too about called Observations of the Pit Bull Terrier. It'll be uploaded later, and I kind of go over that, you know. You know, if you base your dogs on performance-based animals that can produce, that's what you're going to get. And the formula, like in that one, heavy, you could say heavy Corvino with the out of Stu Fowler, something like that.
Yeah.
You can do that over and over repeatedly, rather than inbreed, or outcross, all that, you know. You go too far one way or the other, and you're going to lose something, you know. And people have it in their mind a lot of times. I want pure this, pure. You know, that has never proven over time to produce the type of animals that you and me like. It just don't. They hold blood, and those inbred, tight-bred dogs can be used as a cross, and they can produce great. But after that, what do you do with it?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Now what? The only thing you can do with that inbred dog is cross them or loose line breed them.
Yeah.
You know, at the most. You can't inbreed them again. You already, you know, it's almost like you screwed it up. You went too far. If you make an inbreeding and you get what you want out of it, that's good enough. And maybe you make another inbreeding. That's good enough. Don't keep repeating it. You captured the traits already. Why are you doing it over and over again? You don't need to do it over and over again, because ultimately you're going to lose performance.
True.
And like you were mentioning in another, in the one, you know, I said that's your best, you know, chat you've done. You know, if you ain't basing it on performance dogs, then what are you basing it on? What was the purpose of developing the breed in the first place? For competition. So if you follow that method of breeding competition dogs and producing competition dogs, that's what you're going to get. But you don't get that from heavy inbreeding. You don't. No matter what people think, no matter what they say, that the history of the breed hasn't shown that. You know, Heinz will use 5 different bloodlines. Tudor, the same thing. Carver, same thing. They weren't inbreeding. So, you know, I prefer to follow, you know, the people that were successful. And it's not just in dogs, in horses, game fowl, you know, trotters, pacers, you know, greyhounds. They don't breed that way because they want to win. And you ain't going to win with a bunch of inbred dogs. The same as you're not going to inbreed, you're not going to win if all your breedings are crossed. If you got 20 different bloodlines, what are you basing your dogs on? Now you can get away with outcrossing more than, you know, 50-50 or, you know, 3-4-way crosses if the individuals you're using share the same traits. But even that, you know, you can only take it so far. You got to tighten up the family somehow, you know. But you'll have put it this way, you'll have better success if you breed dogs that have the same traits than you will if you're breeding bloodlines or purity. If you're just breeding pedigree, that's not how it was done. Because as much as people think that way back in the day that those guys were studying peds and had some scientific method, they didn't. They were just putting good dogs together. And yeah, they wanted the pedigrees, and yeah, but they knew, you know, sometimes guys ain't honest. So if they saw a dog they liked, they wanted to breed to it, that's what they would do. Figure out the ped later. And then from that, when you do that, you can make your own peds.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're based on performance, now that ped is important. Now it matters. But if you're basing it on, I'm going to put this bloodline with that bloodline, or I'm going to inbreed dogs, or, you know, this goes with that, and, you know, without the performance to back it up, you're gonna lose it. And that's basically what Sorrells. Everybody has their likes, you know, preferences, right?
Mm-hmm.
But everybody will breed outside their yard, or they'll get dogs and start breeding a family of dogs. But at some point, all the dogs on their yard are going to be related some way. Some tight, some not so tight, some loose.
Yeah.
And that's what a breeder does.
That's what I seen where he went and took Bull, which was coming off the Zeke stuff, which is Carver stuff, right? And I see where he went in there and added that Crazy Mary to it, but he was still in that same old line, even on the bottom side with the Klaus and Carver stuff. So he did add the Crazy Mary stuff inside there with that stuff. That's where that Champion Crazy Snooky come from.
Exactly.
And that it took Nugan, what's his name, Dugan?
Zeke is basically, you know, if you want to say Dibo Black Widow, right?
Mm-hmm.
At 3/4 of that, because Black Widow's sister is in that pet too, Big Judy or something.
Yes, sir.
So it's about 3/4 that, and then if you look at the top side, it's Heinzel, right?
Yep.
But it's not Heinzel. It's actually Colby.
Yeah. All of it. Colby
so even though, and those were dogs that Heinzel got from Colby. But if you look at the Heinzel stuff, you go back 1 or 2 generations, you're going to see it's all Colby dogs, most.
Yeah, I'm messing with Goldie now.
Right.
So, yeah. It takes me back there towards the Lightner Kobe.
There you go.
Yeah, the Heinzel stuff was Lightner Kobe.
All they're doing is repeating it again.
Right.
So you have Heavy Dibo on the bottom. You got Kobe Lightner on top.
Mm-hmm.
Kobe Lightner is what Crenshaw used. Carver used it. Sorrells Bull is that, you know.
Yeah.
They all, you know, the guys that are good at it, they're all going to be using the same stuff, but it may be different strains. They all using the same formula. Why? Because those are the dogs that were winning.
Right.
So, you know, and even when, you know, Sorrells got too old and he moved to Florida, Matt and Skip were the ones that competed with most of the Sorrells dogs and did a lot of the breedings, you know. So, and my point is, even in someone else's hands, them dogs could still win and produce and compete. That's the mark of a good breeder. Not just that, you know, that was important to me too. Not that I could use my dogs and win, that meant a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But if someone else can take them and do the same thing or improve them, that's just a reflection on my work, you know. So I think that's necessary. Someone else has to be able to take your shit and use it too. And they did. And same thing with Sorrells. You know, same thing with Heinzel. You know, when he got old, he didn't, he looked at his dogs, but he relied on other people to do the competing with him, you know.
Right.
Whether it was Ruben or DL or Mormon Jimmy, a lot of different guys, you know, Dwight Stubbs, you know, still doing good with that blood. Even Hendricks, you know, used a white dog, Heinzel cross, just like it was done to make bullshit and alien, you know.
Mm-hmm.
He used the Heinzel bitch of Terry Williams to produce, I forget the dog's name. He was a good dog, man. Same cross, different dogs, you know. It was Garner bred to a Heinzel bitch. Produced good dogs, you know.
Right. You know, diving into rising now. Raising.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Champion Raisin. He had, like I said, that STP. He had, you know, Champion Red Eagle. You know, Blue Monday, and Ladybug was a good producer for him, you know. She was off of Red Jerry. Just, I mean, it's almost, you know, endless when you think about it, you know. And Sorrells did a lot of traveling too, you know. I think he was born in, I'm not sure where he was born, but he was in California at one time, and then he moved to Arizona, you know. And he lost his mother at a young age. His grandfather raised him. He lost his grandfather at a young age. So he was a tough old codger, you know. And he worked for the railroad, worked his way up, and became a conductor.
Mm.
And the person he worked with at the railroad was Stormy Storms. I don't know if you remember Vera Storms. She was a breeder out here in California. They used to say that she was a relative, a distant relative of Earl Tudor.
Mm-hmm.
So she had a lot of Tudor dogs. Some of the guys out here got dogs from her. You know, they liked them, you know. But after working with the railroad, once he became full-time dogman, that's all he did. Breed, raise, compete, and eventually sell dogs, you know.
I'm looking at his pedigree. The dude was bad, man. The dude was bad. That Champion Rising, that dude was double bred Boomerang. I mean, he went there.
Yeah, he
went and got that
when I
Miss
went
Boomerang.
there, he had Miss Boomerang on his yard. She was old, but he still had her there.
Yes.
And there again, you have Boomerang, the pistol, and all. It's all Ed Crenshaw stuff.
Yep.
So he knew what he was doing. He got them dogs for a reason, you know. Because you think, you know, well, you know, he's got Corvino, he's got, you know, Zeke, Sorrells Bull, and all that stuff. Why not use Boomerang? Somebody else might not have thought of it.
He did a masterful job. I mean, I'm enjoying looking at his pedigrees. You know what I'm saying? You know, now, you know, I always say you go to somebody's pens and look at their yard and you see the same old name. You know what I'm saying? This is the kind of thing that I can look at somebody's name on here and know it's coming on his yard, but look how his yard is looking. Look what he's doing. I don't have to go 15 generations back to figure out what he was doing. He's doing it right there, not changing his name, but consistently using the name, and you know down there every dog you're looking at. And you see exactly what he's doing. If you know how to read the pedigree, the man was a genius.
Yep.
He was a genius, man.
Probably started in the late 60s, you know, and all the way up into the 90s. You know, he had health problems too. So, but like I said, even though he couldn't compete, he put the dogs in the hands of people that could. It was still winning.
Oh, yes.
I think it was Uncle Bud. He won on the same card that Grand Champion Badger won his championship over Bob Cox. And also at Grand Champion Fitz came from RC and the So-So Boys were on that card. He won on that card. Tito and the local boys used him. But they was all over the place. So, you know, you could say his dogs were represented in competition consistently from California all the way to Florida.
Yeah, that's true.
30,000 miles of covering the, you know, and some of them, like I said, went up north too, you know. Uptown Boys had Red Eagle, and there were other ones up there too, you know. He even sent dogs to Australia, Mexico, all over the place, man.
Yeah, I'm looking at Uncle Bud now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it was Uncle Bud won on that card too. Yeah. Probably Madden. I think Madden Skip used it. Yep. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Another masterful
You know,
way of breeding. Just another the
Yeah.
man was just, the man knew what he was breeding.
Yeah. And not a lot of people can do that, you know, if you think about it. That's why, not just because I met him and knew him, talked to him a whole bunch of times, you know, but he deserved that recognition because a lot of people don't do that, man. You know, fight in big conventions, fight in one show, you know, this and that, fight south of the border, all over Texas, Arizona, California, Florida, Mississippi, you know. Ain't a lot of people that do that, and he did it.
Yeah,
and most of the time he didn't know what he was going into. He did whatever, you know.
Right.
Whoever it is, you got the weight. That's what you do. You know. At Cannon, I guess he was a pretty good dog, man. He got best in show over him, you know.
Right.
Art was on that card too. You know. So, you know, Art is a great dog. He didn't get the best in show, you know. Crazy Dugan did, you know. So that says something for that.
Yes, it does. But you know, I'm looking at Uncle Bud's pedigree. You know, he produced the grand champion. You know what I'm saying? Aries Kennels grand champion Sweeney Todd.
There you go.
And I mean, a couple more other ones, but that was one notable one. And the pedigree again. Masterful pedigree masterful breeding, man. You ought to, it's to sit there and look how he breeds, man. To get the results that he gets, and you know, and this, you see Sorrells. All you do is see Sorrells, but you know the dogs that he's using because they're all either registered mare or champion, or registered mare. There's something. You know what I mean? He's making sure that he's making those crosses with the right dogs, and to me, at the right time in the breeding. It's just a learning tool for these guys to pay attention to.
Right, a lot of 1- and 2-time winners, you know.
Yes.
And if you think about it, all the dogs, like I mentioned in my book, or all the dogs that people hear about, they produce dogs too. It wasn't like hit and miss, you know, or this is a brood dog or something like that. Even the females, he matched them too, you know. And when he lost to top dogs, you know. It wasn't like a fluke. One thing he knew was conditioning too, and he was great with aftercare too, you know.
I was going to say he had to be a great conditioner.
And, you know, he knew his stuff, you know. And bunch of short fights, short wins, and some long ones, you know. Just over 2 hours, you know, over an hour, over 2 hours. A lot of them 20, 30 minutes, you know. He beat Don Brote, or they beat Don Brote in about, I don't think it went a half hour. And, you know, I think highly of Don Brote. He was a good friend of mine. He's a good dog, you know. He smashed them, you know.
I hear a lot of them older dogmen talking in the philosophy that I always believe in, and you know, I'm gonna have to break those numbers out in those books. But I noticed they all had this thing about taking advantage of what they considered what the pace was. Their whole game plan was to rush the match, force the dog into a situation that they're not accustomed to, like running hot, you know, and pressing it. And they got over a lot of ways like that. You know what I'm saying? And
that's the attitude I had, you know.
That's why I learned
my opponent.
Right, because you could be gooder, but if you run out of gas, you losing mouth, you losing everything when you get run hot.
You can't fight.
That's right.
So, you know, if you can outlast them, or if your conditioning is better and you can fight at a faster pace for longer than they can, barring some freak accident, you're going to win.
You're going to win. That's right.
Don't matter what they bring, you know.
That's right. That's the
Harry
truth.
Hargrove was the same way. He relied on speed a lot. He didn't like slow dogs, you know.
Yep.
Speed was very important to him. And speed, you know, I talk about it all the time, is very important, you know.
You got speed.
I like my dogs to get out there.
Get ahead.
Know? And a lot of it was how I raised them. You know, I taught my dogs to do certain things from when they were puppies, man. And I feel that was an advantage I had over other people that didn't do much with their dogs till they got grown.
Right.
So because of the way I raised them, I never had a dog that wouldn't start. Some of them quit, but when I faced them up, I put them between my legs for their first roll, if you want to put it that way. It wasn't their first time doing that.
Right.
I knew that they were going to start. I knew they were going to come out the gate. I knew they weren't going to hesitate. I knew they were going to rush over. And if the other one wasn't ready, too bad. Tough shit.
Called the slip of the
Some
leash.
dogs act funny, you know. They act funny when the other one don't start or it starts crying or something like that, especially if they're young. Mine didn't do that. They didn't care, man.
Right.
You in it now, and you either get with the program or get out.
Right. All that hollering.
So, a lot of that was just the way I brought them up. What I did with how I worked them, what I put in their head, you know, and what I saw. There were some that, you know, I knew this one ain't gonna work. He got this flaw and that flaw ain't gonna make it. And other ones, okay, this one got a chance. He's showing me what I need to see. He focused. And whatever he's doing, he's focused on. Whether it's a rabbit, whether it's a leaf, whether it's a rag or a piece of hide, they're gonna hit it. And I would scratch them over and over and over and over again. Up close, 20 yards away, around the house. You know, if I put, sometimes I had my box outside in a back patio, and I had it up most of the time. So not only were the dogs getting experience in there, all the young ones could see what was going on in there. So they knew when I put them in there what they were going to do. They already knew it. So I could be rolling dog, break them off. I'd step out, go around the house to the front of the house, cut the dog loose, and he'd run all the way around the house and jump back in there and hit the dog. They were familiar. This is where we do our thing, you know. So a lot of it is mental conditioning. And like I said, I think that was one of the advantages I had over a lot of people that didn't do a whole lot with it. You know, I didn't keep my dogs fat, didn't keep them heavy, exercise regularly, you know. And they get regular exercise just with the kids out there playing, or you out in the yard, you know, if they jump around or just run around, you know. So there's a lot of that. There's a lot to that. But a lot of it is mental conditioning too. And speed mattered, strength mattered to me, you know.
I'm looking at these dogs. I'm over here now while you was talking. I was taking them on a ride. I'm over here on Grand Champion Sorrells roadblock now. Off of Bull and Liberty Lady. Liberty Lady's off of Bull, Bred to Blondie, coming off of Red Jerry and Crazy Mary too.
Right. Yep.
No.
He was a beautiful animal roadblock. He looked like a bulldog. He looked like he was supposed to. I don't think he was a grand champion, you know. I know he won one or two.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, that happens online sometimes, you know.
Right.
But there's very few dogs that Sorrells used that he didn't compete with. And he did compete with Roadblock, and he was a top performer and a good producer, you know. What was he off of, Shoshone?
He was off of Bull, bred.
Off of Bull.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was double bred Bull.
Yeah. So, right. So he's a half brother to Shoshone. Shoshone was off of Bull too. Another good looking dog. Just, you know, what you think an athlete should look like, that's the way Sorrells dogs look, you know.
Oh yeah,
it's pretty to look at.
They got them. They got a whole lot of face. You know.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Gator Son. Yep. I got a Gator Son going up next. Hold on, let me go get Gator Son, the right one. I guess Duhan, he had one. Was it Champion Shogun? Let's see, got Champion Blue Monday.
Right.
Pistol Pete. And what is this? Grand Champion Shogun. I'm going to pull this one up here, okay? Another big pretty ass dog. They were some pretty rare looking dogs, weren't they?
Yep. Got leg under him, you know. None of that short, squatty stuff, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Blue Monday, he was out of Boots the Blacksmith, I think, and Crazy Mary too, I think.
Let me deal with this situation right quick.
Yeah, he won.
Okay,
He was a champion too, you know.
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm on Sorrells champion. Ace Hurt. Ace Hurt. He's off
Okay.
Shogun, who's off of Bull and Crazy Snooky on the top. And so
There you go.
Molly B, who's off of Bull, and Miss Annie coming off of Red Jerry and Soul's Goodyear. Now,
Right.
when you look at these pedigrees, again, I mean, for somebody who's trying to learn how to breed, if I was them, I would go on Peds and just put in Sorrells and let them pages come up. And then just go in and don't look at the shit that don't matter. I'm trying to turn you on to some relevant shit. Go to the relevant shit and look how this stuff is bred. It's really interesting, and you will find it quite enjoyable because this man was a bad, you know, we give Floyd Boudreaux and all them they props. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, to come down to it, you know, that was the reason why that man was always on the back of that journal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They got to understand that. You know what I'm saying? Don't get shit twisted.
Yeah.
Don't get shit twisted. This man right here was all around dog man. His breedings are superb. And the ability to watch how he wins with these dogs. And, you know, he has a lot of dogs. And then to see other dog men, you know, that has the very same dogs out there making history somewhere else, but you go, by the way, you know, that Sorrells had some of that shit on his yard, you know what I'm saying? He crossed that shit up.
Yeah.
You know, and it's crazy.
Yeah. And that's one of the key things with dogmen and other people also is they're always looking for something. Mm-hmm. Always looking for something to add. Or if they see something that they like, they're going to add it. They don't wait till they lose something or wait, you know. Some people say, I breed 3 times and then I outcross. Or I do this and that. Nah, they didn't do that. I didn't do that either. I saw something I liked, whether it was Champion Knucklehead or Champion Dawson or Champion Ninja or whatever. I'm going to add it, or at least try to.
That's right. That's right.
And right. Yeah, I didn't add Dawson, even though I won with him and he was a good competitor. I didn't like some of the traits, so I didn't add him. But we won with Knucklehead. I saw a Ninja win, you know, and that I try and tell people that too, you know. If you see something you like, add it to your blood. You know, if it works, then worry about the pig. Because ultimately, all the dogs go back to the same dogs, anyways. Mm-hmm. It's just if they're distantly related or same bloodline, you know, different strains or whatever, it allows you to use them without being them too close family bred. And you can do that over and over and over again. You know, Red Boy is one of the bloods that it can be heavily inbred and you can still get performance out of it, you know. But it crosses good because they're tight. It crosses good with almost anything, you know. Mm-hmm. Back in the day, you know, they crossed it with Eli. They crossed it with Paladin. They crossed it with Bullet. They crossed it, you know. There's commonalities there, or the crosses themselves have previously worked, so they're just repeating what worked already.
Right.
Now, me, I don't mind stealing people's ideas. I don't mind doing what somebody else does because that's what everybody else did anyways.
That's right.
There's very, very few things that are original, you know. If you go back far enough, you're going to see the same patterns over and over again. Whether you know what the dogs are or not, or you're familiar with them or not, you're going to see the same types of breedings being made. So, you know, I'm not too proud to, I'll copy somebody, I don't care, man. You know, they steal my dogs, I still got to check them, and I still got to use the ones that are good. I didn't just make crosses or make breedings because they look good on paper. They had to perform first.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at Sorrells, most of them dogs in there, they were competed with. And same with me. I tried to keep that too. Most, not all of them, but most of the dogs that I used were winners. That like I said, that I didn't think that up. Sorrells didn't think it up. That's the way everybody did it in the beginning.
Right. You killed me with
because, like I said, they were bred for performance. They were bred to compete with. You want to win, so you have to have a high class dog to do that. Now you can get by sometimes, you know, you go against a dog not that good or someone not that experienced, but if you do it long enough, you can't get away with that shit. You can't. It's evident. Or else you ducking people, or you running from people, or you know. That ain't me. We're going to whoever with whatever they got. And that's the way that the top guys did it.
Yeah,
because they were competitive, you know. I'm going to see how I do up north. I'm going to see how I do in Texas. I'm going to see how I do in Louisiana. I'm going to see how I do in Washington, you know, Oregon. And they reciprocate. They do the same thing, just like Mexican Dad. I'm going to see how I do in Louisiana. I'm going to see how I do in Mississippi.
Now, Rick Sorrells, is he the same? Is he still part of the Sorrells family with BERT?
No, they're not related. They just have the same last name. They're not related at all.
Okay, but I'm looking over here. This one's here. This one's here. I'm looking at Rick. That Pistol Pete was. I like that Pistol Pete.
Yeah, all boomerang, all Carver.
Man.
You know?
Hey, before y'all get started again, let me get out. I want this message to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. I got 130 people in the chat in that Shark Tank, and they all look blue. I got 99 likes. I need to get that over there. Shark Tank with the like button. Appreciate the love, fam. All right, y'all. Hey, big shout out, boy. Jeep Red Boy Rascal in the house. What up, little bro? Okay, you go back. I'm tighten up on them likes. What's up? The blue renters are picking their pockets up in there and get that like button hit. Fix the button. Fix the button.
Get them likes up, you know.
Yeah, I
mentioned this too about that, you know. Sometimes, you know, when you have the chat up there, and you know, the like button is not. You don't see the like button. So if you get out of the chat, you can press the like button and then go back into the chat. That may be why some people don't press the like. They're in there and they're watching the chat. They don't see the like button, and then they're worried if they get out to press the like button. How do I get back in? You know. And before you could just press, it'll say live chat, and then it gives you're back into the chat. It doesn't do that anymore. But if you press the comments, then all that live chat will come up.
Right.
So that's just a little, you know, in case people are having trouble, you know, they don't want to get out of the chat. They want to see what's going on. You know?
Right.
But you can still get out and come back in, catch up on all the comments.
Appreciate that, Shark Tank. I guess they're out there listening. I see that. I see them like buttons moving again. Appreciate that, bam.
There you go. Yeah, Rick Sorrell had that heavy boomerang stuff, you know. Ronnie Duhan used it. Iberian Club used it, you know. A lot of people use the boomerang stuff, you know. Even out here, LA Dream Team used it, you know. I have a chapter on them too. Them guys were competitive, man. In fact, I saw them. We had a confirmation show, you know. And the captain showed up. You know, I hadn't seen him in years. Hey, how you doing? So we're sitting around talking. And Vinny had done this before too. With Vinny, we're standing around, you know, and one of the guys asked him, hey, did you and Schoolboy ever compete, you know? And he looked at me, pointed at me, he goes, you know, I never could beat that guy. And he told me back then, so I felt all humbled, you know? So the captain shows up, and almost the same thing. He's sitting there with his boys talking, we're talking, everybody's there sitting around the table. He pointed to me, he goes, you know, he's the only guy that beat me, you know, twice in a row or 3 times in a row or something like that. But nobody else ever did that, you know, but you know, he pointed to me, you know. So it kind of made me feel good, you know, but LA Dream Team, they were competitive, man. They matched a lot more dogs than I did, even though he gave me props, you know. saying I matched a lot of dogs for, one guy I did, but them guys, man, probably 10, 15 dogs a year. So you're using dogs more than once.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, they could have maybe 20 matches a year, man. That's a lot. And there was 3 or 4 guys,
Falcon
still,
Kennels,
that's a lot.
Falcon Kennels and Mexican Dan, them boys, they was busy. LA Dream and them boys was busy.
All of them, man. It got to where, at the highlight of that time, you had to choose where you wanted to go. If you didn't have something going and you wanted to go see a show, you had to pick which one you wanted to go to because they were all on the same night. You couldn't make it.
Yeah.
To all of them.
Yeah.
So, you can go here, you go there. Who do I want to see, And that's how it was done, man. Guys from Arizona come over here, we go over there. Guys from Nevada come over here, we go over there, all over, all up and down the state, And I've been to Texas several times, and like I said, all the way to Louisiana, all over Mexico and all that. It's just, man, the memories,
I'm trying to tell
so many dogs, I can't remember them all.
Right.
Even some of the Sorrells dogs I've seen, I can't remember which ones they were. Because hell, a lot of them, they, like everybody else, that has a family of dogs, they all look the same.
Mm-hmm.
And you just don't remember. Sorrells he lived in a mobile home, and then underneath that mobile home was like a basement, and he would do shows under there. He'd roll dogs under there. And there's a story, he had a mountain lion in a cage. That's what he gave his courage to. I don't know if that's true or just a story. But he did have that basement. A lot of rolls, a lot of shows there, man. All the time.
So he underground.
So when you say underground, that was really underground,
Mm-hmm.
I like that saying you had in your book. Sorrell said, "Is there any guarantees on the dog?" And he said, "Yeah, from here to that fence."
That was it. He didn't even want his name on the dog after it left his yard.
Right.
Don't even put my name on it because, of course, if a dog does good, and some people kept the name anyways, you feel good and you get that recognition. But in his mind, if the dog don't work out, they're gonna blame me. Ain't my fault. I don't know what they did with that dog. Just like that other quote. People ask for help, and he wouldn't help. He wouldn't give them advice, this and that. And he'd tell them, dig it out of the dirt like I did. Learn on your own, man. Nobody helped me.
Yeah.
He was kind of a crotchety old guy, But with good reason. If you're treated that way, you have a tendency to do that. Me, on the other hand, I went the opposite way. Nobody helped me, so I'm going to help you,
I'm sorry
I didn't
to
have
say
that much of it, But, he was old school, man. He grew up at that time working hard, physical work, fighting, whatever, in school, out of school, walking everywhere. He was in that college, walk 10 miles to school, uphill both ways, that kind of shit.
I always wondered if Harry helped Tony Wade, Black Dragon, with his key.
If what?
No, I was always wondering, Harry did a lot of dogs back in the day. And, he and Black Dragon did a lot of conditioning for him. And I know
he had people do it. T.J. Fisher conditioned a lot of dogs for him.
Right.
He had other people, because I'll tell you what, back in the day, Harry, I ain't kidding you, man, he had over 200 dogs.
Yeah.
So you can't do them all, and not all of them work out, and some people just like breeding dogs and keeping dogs, and a bunch of them, But if they were good, they had to be done, and, if you trusted somebody to do the dog, you'd do it. Whether you handled them or they handled them, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
They had help. I mean, Heinzel too, Tudor, same thing. Carver too. They all had, Sadler. Sadler owned a restaurant, I think. It's the boys that worked for him. They used to walk his dogs for him. They were on the clock. They get paid for that too.
Well, that's something I noticed about Bert, because Bert did his own shit, and he did other people's shit too, but Bert, he said he doing his own shit.
Yeah, I don't, you know, I don't even remember if he had a yard boy. I know his wife's, he had a couple of different wives, but I don't remember him having a yard boy or even his children being involved. I may be wrong, but he did, you know, he was, you know, he liked to use a treadmill, you know, a little bit of hand walking, little bit of medicine cabinet, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Schoolboy, I got a super chat for you here from my man Prentice Carr with the 5-piece. He says, Schoolboy, do you believe Pat Patrick bred himself into a corner, whereas Sorrell did not, because he would step out with the blood more often?
Well, thank you, Prentice. The difference would be, and this happens too, is some guys, when they become breeders, you know, they stop competing. So Patrick wrote in articles, you know, he had about 18 matches, I think. And after that point, you know, I don't believe he competed anymore. Whereas Sorrells kept competing until he almost couldn't. You know what I mean? Till he started having health problems. And maybe he stopped before that, you know. But for all the years I knew of him and I knew him, he competed, man. He competed with his dogs. I think when he went to Florida, I forget what year that was, is when he stopped competing. And maybe sometime before that, while he was still in Arizona, you know. But he got, I figure he competed for about 30 years, maybe. That's a long time now. And that's why you see all them champions and winners in his pedigrees. That's basically what he used. And again, my advice, people back in the day, even back then when I wasn't that experienced, was breed the dogs you use. The ones that you're competing with, breed those ones. And make them work.
That's true.
Because I was a competitor too, you know. That's what was more. I love breeding, you know. I thought I was pretty good at it. I love conditioning. I thought I was pretty good at it. But competing, I just, you know, that was my whole purpose for doing that. For having the breed, for having the dogs, for breeding my own dogs, for conditioning my own dog, was to compete. That's the only reason I got involved with them in the first place. You know, I couldn't afford race horses because I love horse racing. Chickens are okay, but not my thing, you know. I grew up with dogs, so it was just a natural progression to that. Once I found out this dog, you compete with this dog, and even greyhound racing, I like that, but that's expensive, man. You know.
I'm doing like this.
You don't have to be a rich man to have pit bulls. You know.
I'm acting like somebody in church going having happy feelings. I'm having my happy feeling. Listen to you preach, preach, preach. Lord, preach.
Yeah, and you know you don't have to be rich to compete with pit bulls either. You know, you can even guys, you know, back in the day that bet a lot of money, and you know what I'm talking about when I say a lot. They didn't do that all the time. They'd come down to a different level. You know, some of them guys that had money, they fight you for a bag of dog food, man. They didn't care. They just wanted to compete. Whether it's off the chain condition, whatever. You can find $1,000 all day long, $500 all day long against them guys you read about in my book. That don't mean they didn't go for a higher dollar figure. They did. And I would too if I could afford it, but it's not that way. When you're competitive, you'll just about anything, man. It's not the money. It's the win. It's competing.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Being
sir.
at that level. You know? So their attitude and mine too was, hey man, is all you guys a couple $100 bucks? That's all you got? I respect you. I'll do it. I don't care. Maybe I'll make something on the side. You never know. In fact, one of my shows, it was cheap. It wasn't that much. It was $400 or $500. On side bets, I made it like 4 times as much as I did on the original bet, you know.
Because what the dog
So
didn't know, the dog didn't know one from the other though. It
they don't
don't
know, and
even
they don't
matter.
care.
That's right. It don't even matter.
They don't even care what's in front of them. It could be their mama, daddy, brother, whatever. They don't care. Man. You know, people look down on that. You know, you shouldn't breed, you shouldn't match relatives. You know, brother and brother, like bully son and all that. I see their point, but you're competing. You don't care what it is. You don't care if it's a brother. You don't care if it's a daddy. You know, sometimes the brother wins, sometimes the daddy wins, sometimes the son wins, sometimes he don't. You know, it's just, and it's that attitude. You know? The dog don't know who they are.
Right. I call that shit grudge matches though. I've seen it happen too. Those is grudge matches. Me personally, I'm not a fan of it. Okay, but yeah, I've seen my partners take sisters and go into each other. You know what I'm saying? Just because I got the baddest one in the litter. No, you don't. And then they turn around and put them on each other, and I just think that is sad.
I agree. You know, it doesn't sit well with a lot of people, and it, you know, in some sense, it don't make no sense to do that. Why
it sure don't.
You know?
Especially when it turns out to be a good match.
If you got two brothers that compete, why put them in each other? You could have two separate matches. You know?
That's right.
In fact, I think it was Going Like Barney, his first match. His sisters would match into each other on the card.
Wow.
So one sister won, one sister lost. The one that lost was game. The one that won was a beast, you know? In fact, the one that lost, she was winning at first. She was pounding the other sister. And she got her down, and from the bottom, the sister that was losing opened up an artery in the chest of the sister that was winning, and she ended up winning. She turned the fight around and ended up winning the match. So yeah, I see that point. I wouldn't go looking for it, you know, and that's why a lot of guys don't like to let their blood out, because they might have to go into it, and that's the last thing they want to do. So I get it, you know. It's just from the dog's point of view, they don't care. And I've never done it, even though I say, you know, I don't care. I've never done it, you know. And in fact, a buddy of mine, he was using my blood one time. It was a good dog, man. It went 2 hours and 5 minutes to a draw. The guy he went into had some of my blood too, you know. And they call it a draw, and we go outside, and he goes, see, Richard? He goes, that's why I don't like having my blood outside the yard, you know. Because you never know, you know. And look what happened. And I told him, you should have killed that motherfucker then, and then you wouldn't have to worry about it.
Well, you know what?
He got mad again. He got mad again. You know, oh man.
Hey, Schoolboy, you know, me and Mo. Now we competitors, right? But Mo used to like certain dogs. Now we done did the brother sister thing plenty of times, man. Cause you know Mo be hard headed. I be trying to tell him something. I'll be like, no, man.
That's my private part.
You know what I mean? So we do the 2-week thing. Meet up on Saturday night, man. We be have our own damn show, man. Me and him used to go at it when it came to what we was keeping and what we wasn't.
That's just competitiveness between brothers. You know?
Hell yeah.
I mean, when we grow, even me and my brother used to fight, and he's older than me, you know. And you know, my mom didn't like it, but that's what brothers do. They fight. So even my grandkids, you know, when I see them fighting, or brothers or whatever, I kind of let them. It's all right. That's what boys do, you know. They're cousins. The girls, you know, they're cousins. Oh, they're brothers. They shouldn't fight. Hey, let them get it. You know, get all of it out. You know, they're okay. You know, it's just that nature.
Get in that
Grandpa, you definitely put a dog fighter.
You know, I could see you guys doing that. I did that with my friends. We do some cheap thing, you know. We're buddies. We support each other. But hey, you know, let's do something. Let's put a little money, this and that, you know. And we put a little money down. We'd even bet on the scratches, back and forth like that, you know. $20. Oh, I made it. You owe me 20. We're handing money back and forth because he scratched about 20 times, you know. So we're just handing the same money back and forth. But, you know, competition is competition, you know.
What does that mean?
If there's 2 flies on the wall, I'll bet, you know, which fly is going to fly off first. You know what I mean?
What does that mean you had that little private match between me and you? With Yellow Day and who?
It was Wonder and it was Wonder and Baby and those sisters.
Right. Yeah, me and him arguing now.
You had these two little bitches. One of them was Bozak and was bred to a Stone City Miss Yellow Butt Miss Nika female, okay? And then we had Baby's Little May's sister. This is the one that went down the line and she quit. But then we had her going against the Bozak. Now, they bottom is the same. You know, one of them's top is Yellow Butt Miss Nico, and then the other one's bottom is Yellow Butt Miss Nico. Okay? So
right.
They both little stocky, little bad looking bitches, man. They got beautiful bodies. I got a picture of Wonder. And one Saturday, man, no, it was two, me and Mike, we went and did our own thing. We're going to put them in 2 weeks. We matching each other. We're going to match into each other with these two bitches. So 2 weeks come, we're going to bring these two bitches in. Them two bitches got down, man. I'm telling you, man. Man, look.
We was negotiate, man. We better pick them up. We gonna lose them.
Me and him ready to fight up in that damn thing, man.
Hell yeah.
I'm like, I want to see it to the end.
Mo trying to take it to the end.
No, we didn't got there now. No, we going all the way now. Ain't no saving.
And it's probably better than some of the shows you see.
Man, it was a good one, man. You know, it got to that, you know, man, we didn't work them 2 weeks for nothing. I took my shit serious, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to win. Yeah, man. And guess what? We went on here and picked up, but guess what, though? Guess what? The one that quit, we knew she had it in her. That, you know me, I conceded. I didn't, you know, they were scratching, but I could tell the little bow that bitch was running her down. She was running her down.
I had the Bozak bitch.
Mike was talking shit and he was making me mad. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, you didn't run on there, how do you stop my ass, nigga? I'm like, no. You know, so I kind of slid in there and saved her ass, but you see she was gone too, right? She had to leave and come back.
You'd be like, how much money you got in your wallet?
You know, that was one of them. She didn't quit on me, but she didn't stay long after that. You know what I'm saying? And she ended up coming back. There she goes. She ended up coming back, and then she had to go again.
Yeah. You know, one of the top guys I went into, Cat and Company, he lived about 2 blocks from me. So either one, whether I was going over there, you know, or him coming over here, we could walk our dogs to empty out before we go to the show, you know. He had Sammy, a 2-time winner, had, what was his name? A white dog was a 2-time winner. He had Grand Champions Jinx, you know. That Grand Champion Jinx, he beat me. He beat LA Dream Team. He beat Tito and the Local Boys. Mm-hmm. He beat Scream City and beat Max. You know, 5 top guys would be considered, you know. That was a good dog. He was a throat dog. He was off a Maverick and a double-bred Jeep bitch. And, man, he made Grand Champion. He was a good dog. But we lived, heck, I could throw a rock almost to where he lived. You know? Rolled a bunch of dogs, competed into each other. I beat him with Howard in hour 15. He beat me with Jinx, you know. And we'd always roll dogs together. Always go to each other's shows. We had a thing back in the day amongst local guys, you know, if you were friendly with them, you know. If I had a show, I didn't charge them entry fee, you know.
Right.
And if they had a show, they wouldn't charge me or my family entry, you know, like that. Just a courtesy thing, you know. We put on a lot of shows.
Hey, Schoolboy, tell me, after Sorrells died, you know, by the time he got here to Florida, he still had dogs, but he wasn't active. What happened to the dogs?
Well, I would guess that Skip and Mad had some of them. I don't know. But I would guess, because they were the ones basically competed with the dogs at that point. And then his ex-wife, Joni Winchester, kept it going. And while they were married, she actually physically made a lot of the breedings, you know.
Okay.
herself. So, what you call Tatanka Kennels, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is her name? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, but I kept in contact with Bert a little bit, through the years. And then T.L. Williams, the one, actually told me when he passed.
Now, you think are there any good Sorrells the way Sorrells did it? Is there anything good out there left?
I've been out of it so long, I couldn't tell you. If they are, they would, hopefully kept the same standards as he did.
Right.
And even back in the day, it was, some people were just not that way. They weren't hard on their dogs like that. In fact, he told a story one time. He had sent a pup or a young dog or something up north into the hood, right? And he ended up, I forget which dog it was, but he ended up getting the dog later, And somebody made a remark to him, how do you know that dog's any good? How do you know, aren't you going to check him and see this and that? He goes, hell no. He goes, any dog could survive in the hood. That's a good dog. He said, he didn't even have to look at him. But he said, them boys up there, they're rough with their dogs, man. They roll them every weekend, and this and that, So he just took the dog, and he won with the dog. I forget which one it was, Raja or something like that. I forget. So he knew, he knew.
Yeah, back in them days, you in the hood, boy,
Man, look here, man. I've been on rooftops, bro.
Yeah.
You already know.
Sometimes you see things, and you want to kind of think, well, if that's the way they do it, I'm gonna do it too. So early on, I go to these rolls, and they be rolling these dogs in the patio, and in the hood too, in the ghetto, whatever you want to call it, And the dogs would have open wounds. The scars weren't even healed, and they be rolling these dogs. That dog be going, man. It wouldn't quit. So in my mind, I go, shit. If they could do it, I'm gonna do it too. See how the dog acts. But there's one thing, and me and Bach talk about it. And this is strictly speaking of the past. I'm not encouraging anybody to do anything. But let's say you roll a dog, right? And he gets banged up. And Bach said this first. He goes, wait about 45 minutes. Face that dog up, see what he's going to do. After he's sore, all finished, had time to cool down, see how he acts. If he wants to go, that might be a good dog. If he don't, he turns his face away or he don't look at the dog, that might be a call. So I said, Bach, I'll do you one better. Do that the next day. After they have time to sit there and think about it, more swollen. And that's what I mean by being hard on the dog. And I'm not encouraging anybody to do that, but it just gives you an idea of where your dog's mind is at. Is he a bulldog or not?
Look at
because a lot of them won't. They're hurt, they're sore, they're tired. But like in the hood, like you said, them guys, they didn't care, man. Dog get up there, like I said, they have open wounds. Do them again. I'll see you next week. Weight didn't matter, size didn't matter. Sometimes male and female didn't matter. Benny and Mr. K, I think I don't know if it was them two or whatever, but they would match males into females, Mike used to do that. They didn't care, man. Even Red Boy, I think his first match was against a female.
I'll throw red S on females. Mm-hmm.
So, this is just a glimpse into some of the things that were done in the past.
Right. I used to.
And even then, maybe, after I learned what I learned, maybe I wouldn't advise people to do that. But you'll damn sure find out what you got if you do. And maybe it's not right in the past to do that. But when you see a bulldog, he don't care, man. He don't care what's wrong with him. He don't care if he's missing 3 legs. He's gonna go.
I feel like
that
this.
was the attitude, of the people that had the breed way back in the beginning. You've seen all the stories. They pick pups up by the ears. If they cried, they kill them right there. You know, they do this and do that. They didn't scratch, whatever. They get rid. So it's hard, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the way they did things. And things were different back then. A lot of them people were poor, so they couldn't afford to feed a lot of dogs. So whatever they had, in their opinion, had to be the very best.
I was just
And
going to say
that
that.
attitude should be constant, no matter how many dogs you got, no matter what time period in history you live. You should only want the best and keep the best. And I'm telling you, people, you know, if they were to do that, they would see improvement in their dog. That's not guesswork. That's not speculation. That's what I did. That's what other people did. And like I said, other genres of sporting and working animals, that's what they did. Our cattle dogs, they didn't get no rest. My dad didn't stop them or put them up because a cow stomped on them or kicked them in the ribs or broke their ribs or, you know, they had to work, man. And the dogs themselves didn't care either. They're going to get out there, whether they limping or whatever. They didn't care. They're going to do their job.
Hmm. Hmm.
You know, because a lot of our dogs were missing teeth, you know. A lot of our dogs did.
All I got to say is
you know,
put the disclaimer up and always remind them that when we talk, we always take a journey back into my past. You know, pick up your yard, put it in a little briefcase, and then jump into our world of the past. You know, when you go back to your future, you know, leave our past back here with us. Okay, just enjoy it while you're back here.
That's where it stays, you know.
Right.
It would be akin to talking about the mafia, you know.
Right.
What they did, all the killings and stuff like that. You know, you're not promoting the mafia. It just gives you an idea of what was going on at that time.
That's right.
And you know that those times will never be repeated. You know that stuff. You can't be wide open that way. You can't do certain things. You know. So even in my videos, you know, a lot of these standards, a lot of these mental attitudes that dogs have, a lot of these behaviors and athleticism, all that, I always mention you can apply it to the legal sports. You can apply it to hunting dogs. You can apply it to protection dogs. Because again, the breeding and the conditioning, things advance and they improve. But the methods and techniques, those don't never change. They're the same back then same now as they were back then. You know, breeding practices, those are, you know, the dogs can improve, the feed can improve, the conditioning can improve, but the concept of conditioning, how to put an athlete into condition, that don't change. It's just how do you do it?
Well, I noticed most people think that BERT wasn't I guess they didn't think he was a good guy because he wasn't as open, like you know, kind of just was that rough dog man. You know what I mean? He ain't giving you
and just blunt.
Yeah.
You know. And he had no fear, and he could be insulting, you know. The reason he wasn't that way with me was because I kept my mouth shut. I didn't say too much. I didn't ask him questions, you know. And for some reason, you know, when I'm around people like that, they were older than me, they would have a tendency to open up more. Or I'd find some common thing, like with Heinzel, he was a boxing fan, and he sparred with some of the old fighters, and he knew them. And at that time, I knew boxing pretty well, the history and all that. So I knew some of the fighters he would talk about. So we struck up a conversation about boxers, you know, Jack Blackburn and Georgie Abrams and Rocky Marciano and Joe Louis and Sugar Ray Robinson, all this stuff. So that kind of opened him up to me, and then he would talk about the dog, you know. That's why the dog was named Dempsey, you know, after Jack Dempsey, you know. So, and the same thing with Sorrell, you know. We talked more about doing cowboy stuff and cattle and you know, working ranches than we did about the pit bull. But that opened him up a little bit where he just talked. But I was careful not to, be in his ear and ask him this and that, because he'd be blunt, man. He didn't care, But, I had relatives like that, so it didn't bother me. I had uncles like that, assholes, So they loved me, but they're mean, They're just the way they are.
Yeah. Kind of grew up around a lot of them. That's why we know when we talking to guys, we tell them, when your dog man in the room, when you ain't on that level, don't say nothing. Just sit back. You learn a lot. Just shut up, sit back. You'll learn a lot.
Yep. Yep. And, my wife was pretty, so if she was there with me, they'd be looking at her, and then, if they want to say something, they'd have to start talking, So she kind of, helped out a little bit, just sitting there, not saying nothing,
Well, that's why we always took pretty women to the shows with us, because everybody seemed to open up. You know what I mean? All thing they can remember. Yeah, them two twins. One had them flying ass women with them.
Yeah. Even if they're just bragging, or they want to talk, they want to get some girl's attention.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They'll do that. Whereas if it's just a bunch of guys sitting around, they're gonna talk shit. Who got the baddest dog and who this and that and all their accomplishments. But if you want to get information, you can put them in a position to doing certain things like that, or they'll open up and talk. And they'll definitely give you respect if you were the type to get in that box. That's undeniable. Whether you win or lose, you're in there. So they'll respect you for that. And if you had a good dog, they'd tell you. Bill Petrie was that way too. And if I won, he'd always shake my hand, say, you got a good dog, this and that. Sometimes I beat his blood, so I know underneath he might be pissed, but he couldn't deny the fact that I won.
Now, I like that part of your book when you was that comment that BERT had made with you when he was like, some of the great fights he was at, Champion Dolomite, he got a chance to see him on, and it felt kind of funny because he was hoping one of them would call him out. Somebody called him out, and they just wouldn't. So he wouldn't bother with it, but he was like, well, damn. They just talking all over his head. Just like, y'all don't see me?
Yeah, exactly. That happened too, Just about every, Bill Fiddler said this one time, a buddy of mine, who used to travel a lot. Well, 10 minutes from his house, he had a show and his bitch freaked out. He wouldn't even start. And it got to be embarrassing, And if she was real loud and we were in a neighborhood, and I just told my buddy, just pick her up. And it only went like 26 minutes. She was hollering the whole time, loud. So he's kind of dejected, We go back to the house and we're making food and all that. We're sitting around. Bill Fiddler's there, and he goes, Mr. Fiddler, he goes, I ain't never had that happen before, I don't know what the hell happened with that bitch. I checked her, she was good, this and that. And he said, hey, buddy, he goes, if you do this dog long enough, everything's going to happen to you. You're going to be top dog, you're going to be average dogs, you're going to get best in show, gamest in show, all this stuff. And some of your dogs are going to jump the pit, and they're going to scream and holler, not start, act funny. So that kind of helped. Don't be discouraged, man. Get back in there and do it again. You'll win again. You know how to win. Do it again. That's a loss. Just forget about it. Move forward.
Now,
that was hard for me to eat too, but I learned to do that too.
Well, Schoolboy, now that I got you on here, and we took it, we got a chance to dive into another great breeder. Me personally, I believe, I like Bert Sorrell's shit. He's another one of those guys who was in, a lot of guys wrote about. The guys that wrote books. He always came up in one of the books. Right. So we got a chance to sit here and look into how he did and what he did. And remember, he wasn't one that was out there selling this shit. Most of the shit that he fought his own shit. So
Yeah.
that stands for a lot about for the ones who think they can create.
Area that they're covering with their shows, but not a lot of people traveled 3,000 miles, 2,000 miles. And if they did it once in a while, not all the time. Because there's just so much competition right where you live. In one state, you could stay in Texas your whole life and be busy all the time. So many dogs, so many competitors, you know. So, that changed later on because of the laws and all that or whatever, more international. But if it was things were the way back then guys, they would stay local too, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you live a mile away from Ozzie Stevens, does it get any better than that for someone to compete against? He was one of the best. You live down the road from Carver, or up the road from Mayfield, or in the same city as Sorrells,
We have some we have some bad dogs on that block.
Just like that, And the guys, sometimes they would compete against each other, Jimmy Lewis, Lou Lewis, Bert Sorrells, Bobby Smith, Terry Williams, you name it, Bob McKay, and Granger, and all these guys you hear about. Sometimes they would back each other, sometimes they go into each other. Same dudes, If you research all the names and all the shows and all that, you'll see who was going into who. And it's all these people that we read about or we see in pedigrees going into each other.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of competition, man. A lot.
Yeah, especially back there in the days. Well, one thing.
Sometimes it was north versus south, you know, or east versus west, whatever, you know.
Well,
this audio against that hood.
You know.
You know.
Well, one thing I just wanted to make sure everybody understood about the Sorrells, BERT. He might have been one of them mean SOBs, but you know what? He didn't just talk about it. He was about it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And he was known for being that kind of guy.
You got to give him respect for that.
Exactly.
You can't. Yeah, you cannot deny the record. You could hate him, but he did what he did, man. He backed up his dogs and would go into anybody. Didn't care, you know. Yeah. And he wasn't like a big old tough guy. He was small, but he didn't care, man. He'd fight you as soon as he look at you, man.
Well, maybe that's why he was always got a chance to be at the. He seen some of the great ones go, and he was always wondering, you know, everybody just talk around him. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. He was wondering, they're all out there, but you know, he said, you know, if they would call him out, he'd be glad to oblige them. But you know, for some odd reason, nobody would actually give him that opportunity. And when they did, they was always just, let me test him out first. You're like, well, don't bring that bullshit. Yep. Go get that other one. Go get that other one over there.
Like that. Like that.
Yeah, so
he can go down into Baja too, you know.
Yeah.
Go party and, you know, enjoy the Mexican life for a couple of days and then do your dogs, you know.
You say he used to go down to the Bajas to do them too?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Red Jared won at least one match down there, you know. And a couple other ones. But he would do that too. And, you know, you're driving, you know. You're driving everywhere. So he would drive from wherever to Texas. He'd drive to Louisiana. He'd drive to Mexico, you know. Wasn't no planes where you take your dog, you know, like later on. So that even way back in the day in Pete Sparks' book, there was one guy from California, I forgot his name. He went back east, won with his dog, and took off for home. It was a 2,000-mile trip one way. So within 3 days, this guy drove 4,000 miles, or 4 days, or something like that. That's what they did. Tell you what kind of dog they have. Even Braddock, you know, he fought in Mexico at least one time.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, whether he was in Chicago or he was in Oklahoma, whoever had him, I don't know if it was Studer or Vino, whoever it was. They drove all that way just to go for a match. Do it and then drive home. A couple thousand miles.
Yeah. Hey,
Sorrells
was Bull on the yard? Damn. What was that dog? Was Bull on the yard when you went out this scene?
No, he had already passed away.
Okay.
Shoshone was. I'm not sure if Shoshone was there, but I know Roadblock. I can't remember if Shoshone was there. Roadblock was there. Miss Boomerang, she was old. STP was there. A bunch of other ones. They lived in Spartan conditions. If you ever been to Arizona, man, it gets hot there. Mm-hmm. There ain't a lot of trees. So they have the plywood for shade. But STP, he's the only one. He had a little bush for shade by his house. He was the only one. Other ones, all the shade they had was just that flap of plywood you nailed to the side of the house, you know. And, you know, water them. There was no greenery, you know. It's dry in Arizona. It can get 120 degrees in the summertime. So if a dog can survive that, hell, fighting for 2 hours ain't nothing, you know.
Well, Schoolboy, you know, I'm trying to get to my Lakers game tonight.
Got to. I gotta watch it too, man. That's my team.
Yeah. Hey, man.
It was good talking to you guys.
I really appreciate you stopping by, bro. I know you had the insight on the BERT. I mean, actually, we got a good look at, you know, the man, the myth, the legend, you know, and you got to kind of give the old. I mean, I'm like you know, I put him up there with the Heinzels, the Leitners, the Tudors, you know, Earl, you know what I mean? Because he really proved himself with his own bloodline, and you can't change that part of the history. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think he deserves it too. You know, I really do. Mm-hmm. And I think I mentioned that. You know, he's right up there with the best of them. Hey, got the record to back it up.
I like how you put it in the book. You didn't want to put him in the old timers because he might have felt a certain type of way. The man's dead, Schoolboy. Yeah, I like the way you did that because you didn't put him in the old timers, even though he passed. You still gave him the respect in death, man. So big shout out to you, bro.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the time, and you guys take care. Prayers to you, Paul. And thanks for having me on the show again. Appreciate it, brothers. Thanks.
Appreciate having you, bro. Before you go, man, I need everybody to give me them thumbs up, thumbs up. I need to get the muscles. I need to get them roses. I need to show my man Schoolboy the love from the Shark Tank. Appreciate that, fellas. I need y'all to step up right quick. That's all. Help me out here.
All you viewers, don't forget to hit them like buttons, throw your comments in, send them shout outs. Show our appreciation so we can continue having him back as we do all our other guests.
And don't forget the book.
Yes,
For
sir.
Those who don't have
Salute
the
to
book.
Everybody in the chat. Salute to everybody in the chat, and thanks for all your support. And we'll talk soon, guys. Take care.
Hold on, bro. Right quick before you leave. Give me that information on the book.
Okay. How to contact me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You can contact me on Facebook Messenger or my email. It's Richard J. Schoolboy60 @gmail.com or through Instagram. And again, thanks for everybody's support. Salute to everybody in the chat. Keep it rolling. Get them likes up and comments and all that. But we'll talk soon, brother. Take care.
Take care, big brother. Thank you.
Again, Schoolboy.
You're welcome. Bye.
To get the love in.
Shout out to my man Frederick for the 5-piece. He said, Schoolboy, the almanac.
That's right.
Y'all know what's up. Y'all know what's up. Y'all know, especially getting Schoolboy here on a Tuesday night to speak about it.
Yeah, man, that was real tight, man.
A good man. You remember, he didn't have to hear it from the grapevine. He talked to the man personally. And there's a lot of other different things in his book that he speaks firsthand on. I just feel like you guys, that's just one of them that's going to be in, as history moves along, he's going to be a part of that, man. Y'all need to have that. You know what I mean?
I got it. That's why I'm sharing with y'all, though. You know what I'm saying? We come up here and share it with y'all. We even did better. We brought him on. So come on, y'all. Get out that shout out. I hope he got enough. I want him to go back there. You know he's going to go back through. So y'all know y'all need to be up there looking out for the old hero. Okay, come on now. I'm going to go in there and put a couple pages in there myself, all right? As soon as I get off of here, I'm going to go and tap mine out, make sure. Run a couple lines myself.
Go ahead. Hey, fellas. Shark Tank. Appreciate that. I mean, for all the ones who donated and gave the super chats and the super stickers, and big shout out for showing all the love. You know what I'm saying? That's always a plus. You know, we're trying to get to this game right quick. You know, we ain't trying to keep y'all up all night tonight. We just wanted to bring back Schoolboy because, again, we hear y'all. When y'all say y'all want to talk about something, we're going to try our best to talk about it, and we're going to try to bring it as real as it possibly can. And Schoolboy himself, if you had the book, you know he actually seen the man. He's been on the man's yard, and he actually talked with the man. So you know how Schoolboy is. He talks about all the old timers. So good person with a lot of knowledge is willing to come on the show and talk about it. Y'all get the first hand. And one thing we definitely got a chance to do, we got a chance to look at and see what made Bert Sorrells the man he was.
You know, because I don't know if none of y'all really knew how big a dog fighter he was, but he was one hell of a dog fighter. He might have had that little funny attitude, you know what I mean? But he wasn't scared and he didn't shy away from who he was and how he did the things that he did. And maybe that's one of the reasons he was known, you know, like he was. Didn't too many people mess with BERT. You know, but BERT he got it in. He bred it, he put it together, and if you look in the pedigrees, look at the people that he was messing with. You know what I mean? Keep in mind how he did what he did and how he created it. That's one thing that we try to do as much as possible on this show. Because every time Mo gets in front of you, he gonna always get you to understand when he see it. Look at the formula. That's the key. Look at the formula. There's nothing that you can go fix in the past. That's history. What you're looking at, it's already been done. And so when you look at it and you see it and you see the success, why do you think that you're going to do it any other type of way and you're going to be successful at it when, guess what? It's already been done.
Get there first.
Get that part right first. Get that part right first. Because that's what's going to bring the longevity. That's what's going to bring the purity of what made the American Pit Bull Terrier the American Pit Bull Terrier. Mm-hmm. So, you know, that's our goal. To get it, bring it to you, put it in your face, you know, and then talk about it. Because can't change something that has already been done. But you can definitely learn from it. And then find your place in what you want to do and where you want to be at when it comes your turn to do what you do. You know? But the first thing first, save the purity of the bloodline. Care how you create it. Just make it great. Don't talk about it. Be about it. And that's how we're going to end the show tonight. You got anything else you want to throw in that, Mo?
I'm here. Hey. So.
Hey, big shout out to Mo though, you know what I mean? As you see, he still stepped up. He still got a little smile thing on. You know what I'm saying? Still repping the AK as usual. Because this is Laker night, you know, this homeboy night tonight. So we're going to be getting in here. We're going to get our root on. But for everybody who showed up and enjoyed the show and did what y'all did as far as the super chats and the super stickers, much love. Don't forget, Cash App runs right there across the bottom if you have any information. And don't forget the comments, fellas. Drop in with the comments, any of your questions and anything that you want to just bring to the show. You know, we're going to do our best to try to bring it to the show. So comment with your ideals. You know, yeah. That helps because, again, we need to know what's on your mind.
I mean, y'all like coming to our show. I like that. But y'all don't, nobody ever comments. I go to everybody else's show. I get to see all their comments and read. I go to our show. We barely have comments. But that's okay, guys. Free up. Free up. I'm free. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Y'all know how to call me. So, hey, come on. Step up, y'all. Let the people know that you like what you're hearing. Let us know what we can do to make it better. Let us know that you are part of what we are trying to be. So come on, let's get it up.
Yeah, every little bit, every comment, it always helps because, again, it helps. We're here to help you. That's all. That's how we do it around here. And we don't know if you need the help unless you tell us. That's why one of the reasons we backed off the poll.
Yeah.
You know, remember, this ain't on me. This on Mo. Mo might back off the poll for a minute, man. Let's give him. You're breaking Mo down.
Right.
You know, you just breaking Mo down. He always holler temperature check. He was like,
you heard me holler Spartan. Yeah, had you. Spartans. Nah, we ain't Spartans. We gotta back up off the Spartan shit. Okay. Y'all getting these polls and getting in your feelings, man, when y'all the ones doing the polls. Now, you know, there's confusion, you know, and it's just good to see that, you know, we need to leave the polls alone until we
put some heat in the water. Heat that water up a little bit. We won't get too many people getting shot by that cold shock. You know what I'm saying?
Getting in their feelings.
Right. People getting in their feelings. They having more content going on Facebook based on the poll. You know what I'm saying? We got to get about the poll.
Well, they're taking the pole and they were just out there running with it.
Wild with the pole, man.
Okay, hold on, let me see. That's the hotline. Hold on, that's the hotline.
Okay. Who was that?
That's brother.
What y'all talk about tonight? What y'all talk about tonight?
What's up, Eminem and them?
Oh,
What y'all talk about tonight?
we was talking to Schoolboy. He was going over the BERT Sorrells dogs. It was a good night. Yeah, BERT Sorrell.
Right.
Good man.
Yeah. Had the back cover of the Sporting Dog Journal every time.
Every time, for years.
Yeah.
And he was a hell of a dog man too. Now we was, Schoolboy hipped us into some good stuff. He was an all around dog man. That was a damn show.
Yeah, I remember when I was in Mississippi, Norman Kimball, Crenshaw, Junior Bush, Kenny Allen, and a few others. Bill Little, who's that dog, Bob Orr, and I had about 15 match dogs, and they said, let's call Bert. He'll match anybody. So they called him, and he said, yeah, I'll do it. But I got to do it for about 5. Well, Crenshaw, and they said, well, who is it? He said, well, we know him. He said, well, I don't really know him. And Norman Kimball said, well, I'll stand for him. He said, James, would you stand for him? James said, yeah, we'll stand for these guys. No problem. We'll stand for him. Bill Luke said, I'll stand for him too. So he said, well, I got to do too. Then he said, well, I think they always do too. I got to do for a little money. He said, well, I think they got some people that'll back them up on that, Bert. Then Bert said, well, I don't know. I don't really know him. Knew he knew it right when.
Mm-hmm.
And that was another one. That bad guy didn't want to try the great Bert soul. I'm telling you, you'd be surprised who crawfish and bagged up.
But you know why? I mean, the record, the numbers was getting, they started talking at 12, okay? They started talking at 12. Just understand that. They had to get the committee together by 17, all right? Look, it made the news when you did lose.
Right.
Okay? But they don't ever forget the point that was made clear, the lucky person that beat you. Okay? That the kennel ran 17 straight and some of the roughest competition out there. Now, this ain't coming from the homeboys on the block now.
Yeah.
This is coming from the homeboys that, they don't have homeboys on that block anyway. So y'all were able to get out there and get on a block that had even the best of the great dog mans talking. And one thing that I think they all feared, you know what I think that thing was?
What's that?
That y'all conditioning. I think the kind of bulldogs y'all was bringing in and that conditioning, I think it was a major factor because y'all have great conditioning.
Well, at first before you worked out the this and the that, it was just before it worked this and that out, it was just we weren't just on Bulldog Street a couple of times. They just run, you know what I'm saying? It was just a dog. But then once we learned how to do a little bit of this and do a little bit of that, by keep doing it, the mistakes, you keep doing it and learning, and then it all came together. But that was a new set of dogs on the ground at that time.
Mm-hmm.
like Gary say, he said, I ain't got no mixed nigga stuff on my yard. This gonna be interesting. And it was interesting. You know what I'm saying? You know, because when we were talking about going to Kenny Allen Tornado, oh man, he was geared up. He was coming to that. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It was gonna be private. He was like, what? What? Is it true? He said, yeah, we trying to get together. He said, I'm coming to that. He said, it's gonna be private, right? I said, yeah, it's gonna be private. He said, I'm coming to that, man. I'm bringing a few guys, other guys with me on that one. You know, that was gonna be really some representation if that would have went off.
Right. It almost came together.
It almost until Kenny Allen said, somebody said we was at that last show we won, and I think somebody asked Dad, said, man, compare that to that dog right there, that Panther dog y'all just won with. He said, oh shit, she baddest thing, she'll kill anything on the yard. And then he had just killed, and then at that point he had just killed Butch Clark. I think Butch Clark, a white guy that was up in Missouri, breeding a lot of Covino dogs. It's a good dog. We had just killed this 2-time winner in the box in like 40 minutes. Now I think when Daddy said that, somebody heard that, man, they took that and ran with it. Which she was the baddest thing on the yard.
Now who was that?
Beauty.
Oh, okay.
Jeep and my nigga dog that 50-50 cross.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that bitch was a record. It's a guy had some. You remember the guy they called Lil Black? I think he had some bolio stuff or something one time.
Mm-hmm.
Lil Black dog. It was a guy here that went and bought some of them Lil Black. He went and bought some of them dogs. Pretty good dog. And that's right off of that Lil Black stuff. This and that and this and that. And I want to roll it with Beauty. And shit, man, it didn't go 10 minutes, man. She had that bitch just. Shit, that bitch couldn't walk for 2 days.
Mm.
You know, she was smart, but she was a wreck. You know, she was a destroyer. Looked just like her daddy too. Ears went out to the side, saying he looked just like him.
Well, I would like to speak on tonight. My dog in the night for tonight's show, y'all, gonna be Ajax.
Ajax. What was Ajax out of?
He was a Sorrells dog.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
Now, Sorrells had a bunch of stuff, baby. Yeah. I used to love what he say though. What was it he was saying on the back of the thing? The test of a dog is the show. The test of a lion is time or whatever.
Yeah. Don't worry, I have it the next show. I have my books with me. Hold on, let me make sure. I might have one here and here. Hold on. I'll tell you what to say. Hold on.
Or the test of a family or whatever. Now, he was right about that.
It said the test of a dog is the show. The test of a family is time.
Yep. Yep. And that he was not that he was telling the truth about.
Did y'all hear that? So y'all can hit that replay. I'll say it to y'all one more time. You can find it in the back of any journal. I'll be able to take a snapshot one day and we'll throw it up there just to say, because tonight is his show. But he says,
that's the truth.
Yeah, the test of a dog is the show. That's the truth. That is. That you can't cut it. No, I've always said that. You know, bottom line. And the test of a family is time.
That's right.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep. And see, when we hit the ground with that was a new type of animal at that time, and it was just one of the things that hit right. And Russian Bill told us one day, we was up to his place, and he told us, that's who we used to go look at our stuff because he was just a good person with us, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And fair. And early one morning we used to eat after everything, and he told us, and Daddy said something about you. He said, Ernest, yeah. He said, listen, man, I've been around a long time before y'all about the sheepdog. He said, stop saying Jeep. He said, you done made something new. He said, these are Mason dogs. He said, you done made your own line of dogs now. And we had never thought about that. Him and another guy sat up there, or another old timer, the guy sat up there and told us that. And they said, yeah, man. He said, you done made a totally different line of dogs. He said, these ain't Jeep dogs. He said, these are Mason dogs. And that's what he explained to us.
Just like I got going hard dogs, that's exactly what it is, you know? It's a combination of what you put together and it's your line.
Yep.
I done worked that line and it became very notable, you know?
Yep.
I mean, that's where we all stand though, you know? You notice that? I mean, when we look back in our past, you know, we know why we made history. I'm just glad to be a part of it. You know what I'm saying? To be sitting back talking about it, you know?
Now, I saw somebody said something about the old boxer had some Kobe dogs. You see them pictures on with him. Jack Johnson, was it?
Yeah.
The old professional boxer? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Man, what was that, the early 1900s?
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, Kobe dog.
Yeah. And you would see him there. With those, all that went hand in hand. That boxing and all that stuff, and notice back then, all that went hand in hand with bulldogging back then.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was all about gambling. You know, I know a white guy up in Fort Smith, Arkansas, from back in the day. Old dog used to be around a lot. I can't remember his name right now. He had pictures on his Daryl Hooks. Daryl had pictures on his wall of Muhammad Ali. And guess what it was? Queen.
I'm here. I don't know. I had no idea.
They was at a show. Some show.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. He had some pictures. I said, damn, Daryl, where you at? He ain't looking at the background. Where you at with Muhammad Ali? And got y'all standing. He said we was at a convention. What? Yeah. Yeah.
I can believe that.
Huh?
I can believe that. You know, we run into a bunch of professional players when we was out there running around.
You know, back in the day.
Yes, sir.
Well, that was the 80s. So there was a white guy that had been in it a long time. And he had been in it a long time.
That's a good one. Hey, that's a good one.
Yeah, we done learn across a couple. I ain't gonna say their names, but we run into a couple celebs out here.
Oh yeah.
What you say?
No, I was just saying, you know, we ran into a couple celebs in our time. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, it's just one of those, and I call it the New Jack era. You know, that was one of the big things going on in the New Jack era. You know?
Right.
The dog game was revolutionary. That's what I would say, you know? Some of the greatest dogs, some of the greatest breedings, some of the greatest things happened to that particular line of dogs, even though it fell out of the public's eye to the point that they don't even call it an American Pit Bull now. In the damn AKC realm, it's called American Dog, ain't it?
Look, man, I'm going to tell you this story, man. It's a true story. It was one of my professional friends. I'm not going to say his name, but he had never seen one before. Now, he got a chance to see, his first visit was the cycle or cycle match. That match inspired this young man so much that he worked until he ended his career many years later, but his whole career, he was a rookie when he started, when he seen that. And he took on that bulldog mentality and understood what it meant to be a real bulldog, man. And he took a picture of Cycle. The picture that y'all see, we show Cycle right now to this day, is the picture that he had in his locker until the day he retired. So we lost that picture of Cycle, and he sent it to me. And 20 years later to tell me he still got that picture and it's on the wall of his house, at his house.
Right.
So he got, you know, and he was a rookie when he first seen it, but it inspired him so much that he
went to the NFL career and coaching career
with that attitude.
Yeah.
So yeah, these bulldogs, you know, they hold some meaning when you really got to get into it and you see it for yourself. You know what I mean? And that was just one of them times I got a chance to see. You know, had one of my young friends who was in that professional lifestyle and went on to had a nice, beautiful career and went on to be a great coach. But he always, 20 years later, to call me and say, hey, see how I was doing? Because he heard I got, me and Mo had got sick. And I asked him about that picture that he had in his locker, and he said, I still got that picture. I said, why don't you send me over a copy, because we lost ours. They ended up taking it in the raid. And he sent it right over to me. So it was funny. He had it still on his wall, but he actually went and had it done up and sent to me. So that was just funny to hear you talk about the Muhammad Ali. And it would just shock you if you just knew who this person was, man.
Oh yeah, it'd be shocking. He's a famous person.
Yeah,
man, I wouldn't be shocked because I wouldn't be shocked because I know how it is.
Mm-hmm.
Right, let me take this thing on around here and do some rubbing down and all that stuff. Just the last of the working.
Well, bro, you know, it's always a pleasure when you call in. We were just fixing to end the show, so you just put the topper on the cake when you stop in and you throw your lugs in, because, again, you might as well just get your bags and move on in, you know?
Keep running in and out of here.
Keep running in and out. You might as well just go ahead. I'll just say the Twins and Eminem and them. All right? That all right with you?
Just drop it on in. And...
Just drop in when you get ready, bro.
Yeah. Hey, I bet you didn't get that plane ticket either, did you?
Huh? I didn't hear you, bro.
I bet you didn't even get that plane ticket either, did you?
Man, I just got out of the hospital.
Did you?
Yeah. I've been having a rough week, man.
What?
Yeah. I got all kind of crazy shit happening.
Oh, my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
You all right?
Yeah, I made it to the show tonight. I'm going to always do that. I don't care what these people do to me. They're not going to stop me. I keep telling Mike it's like I'm death is chasing me. Ever since he made that initial hit to save me, it's like I've been dealing with the Final Destination life. This is all bullshit aside. It just I can't stay healthy to save my life. I just keep getting sick out of nowhere.
You been sick all your days?
Yeah, I've been sick a long time.
Huh?
Yeah, I've been sick for a while now. It just seems like it's just, just getting worse. But I'm hanging in there.
Yeah, he just got out of the hospital yesterday, man. Well, actually today.
This morning.
This morning.
You just got out?
Mm-hmm.
He had to come do the show. That's
I had to
what
do the show. I tell him they either let me out or I'm going to walk out. It's going to be one or the other. You can call all your little security police with everything, but you better just go ahead and get some discharge papers so we ain't got to go through all that. I don't sit in no hospital on Tuesdays, and I'm not going to be in no hospitals on Friday. I have a show to do.
All right, man. I ain't got nothing to say. Shit.
That Mo, man. That Mo ain't playing.
Just put your IVs in me and fill me up and kick my ass on home and I'll be all right. But if it don't be for Mike, cause I told Mike I was gonna walk home this morning. He was like, man, don't be stupid. Cause I feel better when I'm out there walking. I'm like a bulldog. You know what I'm saying? You know how I be. Sometimes you gotta put that suit on, man. And I got my suit on. I ain't playing, I got my suit on. But hey, man, we're gonna end this show, man, so I can go see my Lakers, man. I don't even know what the score is. Hey, I know y'all out there in TV land. Y'all, you just slap that score up there in the chat somewhere. Somebody give me an update.
Okay, well, I'm outside for to get ready to go finish up and go in.
Right.
I'll give y'all a holler, man.
All right, tomorrow,
right,
give me a call tomorrow early, big bro, cause I need to talk to you.
I got you.
Okay, call me tomorrow, please.
I will.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Hey, buddy, see that, man? See how my big brother, I'll be just popping in. He is. You like that dude on, what's that show? Broadman. Just stop in.
What's up, bro, man?
Bro, man, what's up, bro, man? Yeah, what y'all talking about tonight? Yeah,
Bro, man, be like,
Bro, man. That's bro, man.
that bro, man.
What a bro man to have, right? What a bro man to have to come through like that. I love that. Even Mr. GR.CH, Schoolboy.
Hey, look, we're gonna go ahead and knock this out, man. So I need to get out of here, man. I'm missing something.
Yeah.
Look,
I want roster, man. Big bro, I see you out there. I want you to come back. Come back.
I'll call you. We'll call you. We miss you, bro.
Yeah.
Bakari, we miss
where
you.
y'all at?
Where y'all at? We miss you.
Yeah.
Ram, we know where you
what's up with you, baby boy. Yeah, Ram always go up in there swinging it out. Yeah, we got to get our other older brothers back up in here, man. The fans be missing y'all. We miss y'all. So we got to make sure we get y'all back through our rotation here.
Yeah. Shout out to 7-8, the general and the 7-8
what's up,
Sports
big
Panel
bro?
family. What's up, bro? We still doing it.
What's up, Pelican Bay? What's up, baby boy?
Still doing it, baby.
Still like that, man. I love that boy. Yeah.
Hey, look, y'all, we out of here, but check it out. You see my boy? He still made the seat tonight. Y'all don't understand what he just went through, but I do. But to still see him sitting here and be smiling and like he do, trust me, man. He love what he do, you know? And we appreciate that y'all show up and give us the opportunity to do what we do. So until Friday, for Hot Mic Friday, everybody stay safe, everybody show the love, and keep always, remember, tell them how you do it, Mo.
You're supposed to always back me up in the corner, put your money on the line, and make sure that you always scratch to win.
You know what's up, baby.
You know what's up. You gotta scratch me, baby. Don't worry.
Don't talk about it, be about it, baby. Don't talk about it, be about it.
That's right. Just let me go. It might be a little stumbling, but I guarantee you, I ain't gotta pretend to get there. I bet you I'd make it in 5.
Big shout out to my man Solo. But Connected Kennels coming in with a 5-piece super chat. He said, keep scratching, twin. But take care of yourself, bro.
I'm trying, baby boy. I swear I am. I'm fighting him, man. I'm trying to tell you. You're trying to come and get me, man. And I'm in such good conditioning, though. You know what I'm saying? That, I ain't got no down dog scratches yet. I ain't got no damn turns on me. You know what I'm saying? So
got no bleeder there.
Yeah, I got, oh Lord. They trying to get me. I'm trying to tell you, man. It's like I'm playing Final Destination out here. You know what I'm saying? But I love y'all, man. Thanks for y'all prayers. Keep them prayers coming, man. Every day that I'm here. You know what I mean? That's how we going to run it, all right? Let's just ride it out like that. How about that? You know how this game go.
That dog of the day.
Dog of the day is my boy here. Ajax. That's the dog right there. That's Sorrells' dog. Look at that dog. That's a bulldog. He kind of remind you of Jigger. You know what I'm saying? Now, he was a bad motherfucker now. He had that killing skill like Jigger, too. Yeah, he beat Noriega, but I got to remember something. Noriega wasn't in no great shape. But we going to give him his thing, though. But, Yeah, it cost him his life that night too. Both dogs died that day. Good dog though. I mean, he reminds me of Jigger. He look like Jigger, don't he though? Yeah, that's that Sorrell shit. Yeah, you got to deal with that kind of shit. Look at that snooty cross. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's some formula there, I say.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There's definitely a formula there.
We'll let them know about the formula, Mo.
It's all up in the writings right there, fellas. You see it? He's relevant. He's definitely relevant. Dog of the year, I'd say. Dog of the year? Yeah. He's dog of the night. Come on.
See y'all in the parking lot. Everybody stay safe. See y'all Friday. For Hot Mic Friday. Till then. Peace. Appreciate everybody showing up tonight. Pretty good show tonight, hell. Big special shout out to my man, Richard GR.CH, aka Schoolboy, for coming in. Spreading the love. You know, it's always a learning experience. One thing about these damn dogs, never say never, you never stop learning. But you can always show up to Bulldog University, aka GH.CH, Reloaded, Tuesdays and Fridays. Talk Shit Tuesday, Hot Night Friday. Get your pen and piece of paper together. Stop through. Even if you know everything, it's good to sit back and reminisce. Just sit back and squander in yesterday. You know what I mean? Them yesteryears, baby. You know, I'm at that point now, you know what I mean? It's time to shut it down. I know it's Tuesday. Lakers lost. Good game, but you know how that works. A loss is a loss. Gotta get that back, baby. Gotta get that back. That Joker's something else, man. I'm telling you, man. They got their hands full. Yeah. Good show tonight. You know, I'm gonna give my special shout out to Mo for showing up. You know. Sometimes I think I be just as crazy as him sometimes because I let him do the crazy shit that he do. But it is what it is. If that's what he want to do, hey, I'm going to ride with him. This is what he want to do. This is what we going to do then. Appreciate everybody come out and support us while we doing it. This night here is over. I rock out with you. Again, cash out ticker runs at the bottom of the screen during the show, after the show, at the bottom of the video. For all you new viewers that happen to stop by, check it out. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already subscribed. And don't forget to hit those like buttons. Trust me, them like buttons helps the channel. And we kind of need all the help we can get. Big shout out to everybody who donated in the super chat, the super stickers showing they love. Another shout out to Big Bruh. M&M Kennels stopped by, you know. Like I said, they like my boy, Bruh Man. On the Martin Show. You know, Bruh Man liable to drop in anytime, which is always appreciated. For all the fellas that hang out with us in the Shark Tank again, gotta show them love. If you get familiar with the show, you'll always see the same faces, the same people. You want to be a part of that, just drop on by, because all we doing is bulldogging it. That's a good thing about the Shark Tank. They make the show. A lot of information, a lot of knowledge. Then just a lot of fun. So help us out. You know, we're trying to get hook up with my boys over there at 7-8 Sports TV and the panel. Get us like a meet and greet thing together. Just need you guys' help. Drop Drop in, give us some suggestions, donate to the cause. You know, cause I guarantee you we get together, it's gonna be a nice one for the record books. This is one of them things I got on my bucket list, fellas, so help me out here, help me out here. Donate to the channel. Helps us get there. Don't forget, we still gonna be working on that merchandising. Well, I keep saying we're working on them. Pretty much, we're just trying to figure out how to present it to you, where you guys can purchase it. Actually, we're in the process of just building a website strictly for the GH.CH S2W apparel, where you can just go there, check out all the apparel, and purchase it right there from the website. So, I guess I'll be rocking out with you as I get ready to close it down. You know, I'm fastening like for that last call. But again, appreciate everybody who showed up, everybody who watched the video, and everybody who keep on bulldogging. Fraternity strong, S2W forever. Here we go. Until Friday. Everybody stay safe. We'll see you Friday for Hot Mic Friday, 8 p.m. Until then, I'm out. Peace. Deuces.